You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning, good Friday morning, and welcome to it. We are ready to go with Bassmaster live from the Maxam Tires. Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. This is coastal Carolina, North Carolina. To be specific, inside the Outer Banks is the Albemarle Sound, the massive Albemarle Sound, and the connecting waterways that make up our gigantic fishery here. We got nothing but gigantic fisheries left on the dance card for the rest of 2026 with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this one is, I mean, you look at it, 150 miles thereabouts from north and south, and even more than that, east and west, when you count how far you can go up these joining rivers from the north and the west. You can go until you reach a dam, basically. I mean, it's unlimited. Potential is unlimited. And some of them really exploited those unlimited possibilities yesterday. Why don't we take you to yesterday's weigh-in? Start with Cody Huff from Ava, Missouri. Good tournament, in need of a good tournament this year. 23 pounds, 6 ounces. Jay Shakurit, always seemingly in the race for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Not so much this year so far, but a great day out there. Stetson Blaylock from Arkansas sat on top of the leaderboard for most of the second half of the day, and he turns up in third place. Here's Justin Hamner, the 2024 Bassmaster Classic champion. Jason Christie's already won this year. Columbus, Mississippi on the Tin Tom Waterway, and our leader after day number one, Chris Zaldain from Fort Worth, Texas, going from a rough finish at our previous tournament to right to the top of one day's competition here. We will see how that works out today. Davey Hype, we had a lot of expectations here, a lot of hype here. There always is. Some of the things didn't work out so much, but it's been interesting to be sure. Here's your leader from day one, Chris Zaldain.
All right, we got 2 in the box. Biggest thing this morning is there's way less current on this bridge here. And this is a total summertime pattern, like shade and current. And then, you know, the added bonus to that is all these menhaden, these 5-inch saltwater bait fish that are just loaded in here. This is some clear black water stuff. So the fresh water, I mean the salt water, we're not worried about. So it's like a super fresh area with a lot of life in it. The trigger is the current. Now whether that's the lunar tide, probably not. From what I hear, this is like a wind tide driven deal. And it's been blowing out of the southwest, and we're on the north side of the sound. So that southwest wind has backed up all the natural current flow. It's pushed a lot of water into this river. Oh, what's that bite? Really looking forward to making tomorrow and fishing tomorrow, because the wind switches to a light breeze out of the north, which in theory, all that water that's been backed up in here will push back out into the sound, sucking all this water out and triggering these giants into biting on these bridge pilings here. Beta choice, same thing from Lake Martin. That's a unloaded Bass Mafia dangerous swimmer, and they're actually free right now. They're free. MafiaOutdoors.com. You buy a loaded version and you get that version right there for free. So we're just gonna stick with it. Like I said, 2 in the box. I'm gonna rotate between 2 main spots. The biggest thing is just reading water and knowing like when go time is and making those money casts. Now whether go time comes or not today, we're gonna be here if and when it does. Just gonna keep making money casts. Got G-Man telling jokes over there about 20 yards from me. Lee's on the other side, and Lester's where I caught the two nice big ones yesterday. So he was there yesterday. It's cool, but I think the biggest thing is the bait I'm throwing. That's huge. It looks just like those menhaden, and you got to keep it high in the column, like super high, 10 to 12 inches underneath the surface, and these fish are feeding up, coming out of those bridge pilings and just smoking it. Got to be real careful though, because there's barnacles everywhere. So every single cast in this 106-degree heat index, you got to stay focused every single cast, because when that fish crushes it, you got to know where you're moving that fish to keep them out of the stuff. We landed, well, no, I actually broke one off doing exactly that yesterday. I don't think it would have helped, but they're really good at getting right back into those pilings after you hook them. So you got to stay focused every single cast. Forget about what the weather's doing, how hot it is, who's doing what around me. Every cast needs to be money.
Davey Height, that's a pretty comprehensive scene set right there.
Yes.
Complete, as Chris usually provides us, and setting us up for what we're about to see today. Let's see what's already happened out there right now.
Yeah, he's got 2 fish in his live well already this morning. Not big ones, but it's always good to get a few in the live well, especially when you're the leader. You don't want to have 0 in the boat very long on day 2. He did a great job as always. He's breaking down exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it, the bait he's using, all those things. The one thing that he mentioned, but he's being very patient, but I'm sure is probably on his mind the most, is 3 other competitors fishing that same bridge with him, and we'll see how that plays out.
Go to 7th place right now. Jay Shakurit started the day in 5th place. He was 15th here last year. 5th year elite from Wisconsin.
That's good. All right, it's number 1. Not big. Probably a 1.5 pounds if I had to guess. Yep, a little over. That'll do for now.
Put it in as a pound?
Yeah, 1.5.
Okay.
Important fish, even though it doesn't look like much. We're 65 miles from the takeoff. So any keeper that touches 14, I didn't measure that one, but he's definitely a keeper. So yeah, here we go.
See what Jay's doing here. He's using his forward facing, looking at just off the bank. We talked about some of the anglers doing that yesterday. We saw Kyle Patrick catch that 8-pounder doing this exact same thing. Fishing close to the shoreline, but looking for isolated cover just a little bit off the bank, just a little deeper. Kyle Welcher last year showed us a lot of these fish, when they're spawning, don't spawn right up on what you can see above the waterline along the bank, but something out a little deeper, and then they stay there post-spawn as well. Use that as cover. And I think that's probably because of the water level changing. And it looks like more from the wind blowing and the wind direction from day in and day out than the tide itself, but definitely a big change in the water level in these different areas so far apart.
Well, let's get updated on our 2024 Bassmaster Classic champion, Justin Hamner, 6th year elite from Northport,
Good, 'cause
Alabama.
It was terrible.
We're on the other side of the bridge.
It's really calm and really hot. So far well, I mean, we just got here. Been fishing about 10 minutes, but the fish they're a little bit acting sluggish, I guess. It's typical. It's still, the tide's still really high, but hopefully it'll start dropping soon. I mean, yesterday it was terrible tide too, but it was still coming up. Right now, I think we're at that slack near about it. So once it starts moving one way or another, as long as there's some type of movement, is better than nothing. Especially like when I'm fishing like around these bridges and stuff, it's all about current. And right now you can see all the stuff floating, it's just stagnant. So it'll be a few minutes probably before they turn on. But when they turn on, it gets good in a hurry. So I'm gonna go after fish that are just kind of set up, just not relating to the current as much, probably. More of a shade deal.
Heard from Justin Chris Zaldane as well. It's going to be a hot one today. 98 degrees. We got double exclamation points there, just in case we didn't notice. That's a full 98 degrees. That's not the feels like. That's the actual temperature today. The feels like. Expected to be more than that. And this part of the country tends to get a little humid once in a while. From here all the way up to Washington, D.C.
Yes,
can
absolutely.
be a real,
Swelter.
like a wet blanket of humidity that you wear around all day.
Oh, there was some exclamation points with the heat yesterday in Little Rock as well, and inside or outside the house.
You know,
So
that's right.
it definitely
you had a little bit of both.
Yeah, it's definitely when you get in these backwaters, Davey, it's like, does wind exist in this region of the country? And you poke your head out, and that's what the cameraman with Hamner was trying to get him to talk about, was just on the other side of that bridge, it was quite bumpier, quite windier than where they're at right now.
That's the big thing. You see the anglers having to put up with the big waves because of the wind blowing yesterday, but it sure makes it more comfortable and makes the fish bite better because it is moving that water. It'll be very interesting today to see some of these anglers that, like Justin Hamner, he caught 18 pounds, he said, in about 15 or 20 minutes yesterday morning, and then, in about 2 hours he had basically what he weighed in. These anglers, and there's a lot of unknown here because we just fished here last year and it'd been 40 years since we'd been there. But a lot of these anglers, including myself, last year thought it's tidal and it's predictable. And I think we're learning that it's more wind related, how much current is moving and when it moves, so it's unpredictable. Will it start flowing like it does with a normal tide? I don't think so, but we'll see. And if it doesn't, around these bridges, this time of the year, that current is absolutely everything for those fish to set up and feed. And you make a 65-mile run and you're counting on 2 bridges and that water doesn't move, probably not going to catch a whole lot.
Yeah, and you make your 65-mile run or more, or much more than that in the case of some of these anglers, and you have a promise of catching maybe 7 keepers all day long.
Yeah.
That's taking on some risk when you've got 11 days of fishing left in your season.
Yes. Oh, it's a critical time, and I'll be the first one to admit, I talk about it all the time. Every tournament is just as important. Points-wise, money, everything is the same, but this time of the year, it's crunch time. You either are going to set yourself up to make the Bassmaster Classic or not. It's getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, we'll be on that all day long today. That's a very important part of the story. Kyle Patrick, though, much like yesterday, we started out with him ascending to the lead fairly quickly, just above and below Chris Zaldane at certain points during the early morning. First hour and a half, 2 hours of it. Jay Shakurit tucked into 3rd place already right there. Wesley Gore, Jason Christie. He may still be running, as a matter of fact, Jason Christie. Justin Hamner, he is set up and going right now. So we are getting close to getting everyone in place among our 6 we'll be with all day. Stay with us. 2026 Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River and Albemarle Sound. Sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. Beautiful place like this, unique in all of America. It's a coastal environment here inside the Outer Banks. It's a whole different setup for these guys. Massive, long ways you could travel, a lot of risk you can take on. With your time that you have today, you may only get 3 hours of fishing. That might be the case for Jason Christie. He certainly hinted at a scenario like that.
Yeah, we're an hour and 45 minutes into their day, and he is probably making his first few casts of the day, which is actually probably ahead of schedule.
Well, we made it to the promised land. It actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. We already got gas. We're ahead of schedule as far as time. We literally have not been fishing for 5 minutes. So timing-wise, we're about an hour ahead. Just gotta hope for some bites. It's not easy. It's not easy to get a bite, but you know, I feel like if you do get one, just the quality's good. So just gonna fish our little hearts out and hope for a bite. I only caught 6 yesterday. So, and that's about what I expected. Like practice, I spent all day and I'd get about 10 bites a day. That's a 14-hour day, so we were probably actually a little lucky to to get 6 bites yesterday. So I thought I learned something yesterday. I thought I was going to catch them one way, and I didn't. I ended up catching them another way, but I had to start. I'm going to start the way I did yesterday morning and just make sure before we do something, before we go back to how I caught them yesterday, because I did it for 3 hours and only had 2 bites doing it. Of course, they were 8-pounders, but I caught 8-pounders on these trees too in practice, so. Just gonna fish. A lot more guys up here today. Line at the gas station looked like it was COVID. Everybody lined up. And it's not that those guys are hunting, you know, guys down that were fishing up here. It's just the fact that it was rough yesterday and you had to have a big set to come. And I'm sure some of the guys, I mean, people know what lives up here, so I'm sure some of it was they was just trying to catch a big bag. So.
Jason Christie's going to fish on here. Let's get some bonus coverage here. We have some unmanned cameras out there today. We're certainly happy to be able to provide this for you. Outside our top 6 that we're with all day is Wesley Gore of Alabama, 3rd-year Elite Series angler. Pretty successful in his young elite career. And he is hooked up.
First cast, what do you think about that? Well, it only took 1 cast and we're in the... I don't know, but it's a good thing for me because we fishing tomorrow with just that one.
All the anglers have that in mind, what it's going to take to make that cut to fish on Saturday, which is certainly something they should be paying attention to. But it makes the day go a lot easier when you know you are already qualified to fish on Saturday.
Roughly 24 pounds, maybe for the cut, and he had 22 basically yesterday. So.
Jody, how you feeling this morning?
Man, I'm glad to finally be here, ready to actually get ready to catch a bass after a nice long boat ride. It looks like another pretty day. You know, it's going to be hot, but I feel like that should be a good thing for what we're doing. Spending a lot of time, you know, throwing at structure, throwing at laydowns, throwing at logs, cypress trees, and we're just going to run as much of that stuff as we can today and see if we can't get us a couple big ones. You know, rotating through a few different baits this week, you know, throwing Urch style bait. This is one from B.A.S.S called the Urch X. It's a brand new one. It's actually gonna be coming out soon. And I done pretty much all my damage on that yesterday. Caught a couple flipping, but that bad boy right there, it weighed in, I guess, all 5 of mine yesterday. And believe it or not, it is a fun way to catch them. I really don't have that much experience throwing one of these things. I'm pretty new to the game, but dang, when they bite this thing, about to knock the rod out of your hand. I caught a 7-pounder right there yesterday, and it was lots of fun, as you could imagine.
Good stuff from Cody there. Yeah. Talking about kind of new to the game
of
throwing these
urchin
type baits.
Yesterday too. I started off fishing some current stuff yesterday, and the water just wasn't moving. I mean, I wasn't getting very many bites, but the ones I were getting, they were smaller fish. So I caught all my big ones kind of doing this deal. So I decided this morning to just go straight for it, and kind of let it be what it'll be. We'll see what we can catch and go on.
That's encouraging to hear from him. It sounds like he started relying on current probably around a bridge, and the current had changed for him in a negative way. It wasn't much current, so he was able to adjust and catch some fish using his forward facing on this isolated cover and targets off the bank. That's very encouraging. There were a fair amount of anglers yesterday that went to their starting location and didn't have the current like they had in practice and had a real tough time catching 5 bass. A fair amount of them did. We'll see how, like with Justin Hamner, things are very different there. No current for him this morning. If he can adjust and do like Cody did yesterday, save the day, because I think we're going to see different different scenarios for all these anglers because of the wind blowing yesterday, the direction it blew night before last, and then calming down. And it was telling yesterday, be with John Cox, where he was and the reason he squeezed under that bridge. It made sense with the wind direction and that the wind's calming down that water would start pulling out, and he said it continued to rise. Yeah. So a lot to learn here about the wind and the water levels, the current in these different. It's so big. There's so many factors.
And what's interesting with Cox is if you have that where he was yesterday, that south wind and that west wind, it's pulling it from the Chowan and those others, and all of the other creeks maybe face directly south or they faced away, so it's not a direct flow in there. Well, when it hits that sound and it gets to the Currituck and whatnot, it's filling up his area both ways, not only through the creek that he did the shortcut through, but also the other. So it's filling up and backfilling to where you're like, man, why is the water coming in here and here? Like it's all meeting here.
And this time of the year, local showers, thunderstorms, you drive 60 miles, it may have rained an inch there overnight, and it didn't, no sign of any rain where you left from, or vice versa. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many unknowns. And when you make those long runs, you're so committed.
Stetson Blaylock hooked up. Hey. It's like an early keeper there. Got to be 14 inches in order to go in the live well.
I think I might have just caught a little baby keeper. Easy. A little bitty,
And these anglers we have cameras with, one fish secures them to make the cut for a lot of them. Just one more keeper. If you had 20 couple pounds yesterday. keep thinking about seeing our top 6 weigh in yesterday. All 6 of them had 2 big ones in their hands.
Yeah,
you don't see that very often. Usually one big one, you know, at least if you've made the top 6, but all 6 of those anglers had 2 big ones.
145.
Just under a pound and a half, keeper number 1 for Stetson Blaylock. Stetson Blaylock started his season with a bang, 2nd place at Guntersville, and he's done pretty well since then. Only missed a couple of cuts along the way, so positioned pretty well in 15th place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Let's take a look at that full list right now. And Cole Sands, we got a new leader to start this day. Cole Sands with a 10-point advantage over Trey McKinney.
How about after 2 events, Tommy? Jason Christie was in 87th place in AOY. He wins an event, has another good event, good South Carolina swing, great day 1 yesterday. 10th in points. Jason Christie, huge move.
Really reeling it in this year in 2026. All right, all the rest, we'll take a look at Christie and the rest of our anglers when we get back. Ah, yes, Friday. Great to have you with us on this Friday morning. Also, welcome to you fantasy players. If you are one and you haven't tried the Falcon Rods Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge, I can certainly recommend it because it is a challenge. It will test your mind and test your looking at a season in whole rather than just tournament by tournament. You pick eight anglers for each tournament, and once you pick those anglers, you can't use them again for the rest of the season. You have to have some reserves. You got to have some guys that can perform in these last 3 events, which is what we're starting this week, the final third of this season. So Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing pros are going to start to rise to the top during these last ones.
It'd be interesting. How many people you think saved Kyle Welcher for this tournament?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's why it's a different world. I mean,
different world.
Unless it lined up exactly. Oh my God!
Already?
BFA. Jordan Lee had 8 pounds 4 ounces yesterday. Caught an 8-pounder just now. Our big fish of the day so far, an 8-pounder, moving up.
Somehow I think that's not going to be the only incident of something that resembles that today. Someone catching a fish that rivals their weight the day before.
Other than Kyle Welcher last year, how many people caught 8-pounders? Was there anybody? Like maybe 1 or 2 in the entire tournament?
Yeah, big fish on day 1 was an 8-2.
Chris Johnston had.
Chris, yeah.
Chris Johnston had that huge day 2 to make a big jump.
I bet we surpass that though. We'll have more people catching 8-pounders.
Yeah. Different regions popping 8-pounders up.
Back out to Cody Huff.
The fact that it's a little bit tougher in some of the places even close to takeoff allows those far-reaching places and spending more time driving to actually factor too.
Ooh, speaking of 8-pounders, I don't know. That's a big one.
That would have been so sad.
Wow.
Hackney had an 8-4 on day 2. And then Welcher took big fish of the event, 10-8 on day 3.
Yeah, he had several, like, over 7. About 10 of them, I think.
I read it said 13 7+ pound fish he had in the event out of his 20.
Wow.
What you're doing is working.
Man, getting some bites early feels good because I feel like doing what I'm doing, when you're waiting on the sun to get up, you just don't feel like they're going to be sitting right where you want them to. So going ahead and catching a couple off of some stuff early is ideal.
Won't have as much current today, it looks like, because the wind's not blowing as much, but added fishing time will certainly help. Jason Christie said that he was about an hour ahead of schedule this morning compared to yesterday, and he also said he left about an hour sooner than he needed to, just being cautious about his ride back yesterday. So if you do that math, 2 more hours of fishing time for Jason Christie's certainly should help things.
Davey, I got somebody way ahead of schedule. JT Tompkins, disappointing 91st place, 2 fish for like 5 pounds, is in 8th place right now. He's caught 2 5+ pounders. He's got 19 pounds on the day, so he may be like Chris Johnson last year, who climbed 70 spots on day 2.
I did hear him weigh in yesterday and said he was disappointed, but stayed close because of the wind and was going to make a run and hopefully, do well. He had a real good practice, but did not make that run yesterday, so maybe he should have.
Hindsight.
Yep.
Got the Jay Shakura.
Tommy, he's in the AOY hunt.
Oh, he
now.
is. Yeah, he's just not at the top. He's usually right at the top.
He
started at 7th today, I think. So.
Yeah, 41 points back, I believe. 40.
There we go. A little better one. Chunky. I will take 5 like that, to be honest with you. Bridge in the background.
It's a bird's eye view of this massive playing field we have here in North Carolina. We take it down to Jason Christie after a much quicker than he expected trip to his destination today. I think it was him or someone else mentioned he saw a lot of people turning back yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, they said no way. Yeah. Today it looked pretty good.
Beautiful conditions where he's at too. There's just enough wind blowing there to keep you cool and hopefully help the bite, position the fish a little. It's a beautiful area. He teased us a little bit with what he was, the bait he was using and where he was fishing, how he was fishing. It's the way he caught his 2 8-pounders yesterday. He was going to try a little later in the day. I'm anxious to see if it's the old spinner bait around some of these trees.
That's the first thing you'd think, wouldn't it be?
Yep.
It's probably
or a frog.
It's probably gonna be a koiki with a blade on it. That's kind of like a spinner bait.
I would say it's going to be a frog. He's waiting for the shade to get real confined.
Some Blaylock looking for keeper number 2 here.
Not a big one. Dang, I thought he was bigger than that. Another keeper, though. Dude, that fish was sitting up high, roaming. Of course, this fish right here is a release fish from this local ramp for sure. They're so bouncy. That one's gonna be 2 1/4. I can never get him to be still. Just be still, dude. Come on, man. Stop. Stop. Yep, 2 1/4.
You'll get one like that every now and then when trying to weigh. They're just swimming.
Yeah,
they're just swimming.
They never stop swimming.
It's like the anglers we have cameras with, the ones that are just fishing isolated targets using their forward facing are doing a lot better this morning than the ones around the bridges where it was so hot and really happening. Good limits early yesterday for those anglers.
That's what I'm talking about. Down the hatch. That one's like a nice little surprise, little floater. Little floater. She was just swimming right along top of the water. As soon as that spike splashed, she just came right over there to her. Popped it a few times, she swallowed it.
Three keepers there, and Cody having his best day of the season yesterday, 24-5, and he's off to a great start today.
Yes, he is. First Stetson say the fish he just caught was real high in the water column, just under the surface. Cody's saying the same thing. That's a result of bigger shade lines and then also less current. Those fish roaming around.
I don't know if we go 3 or not. Probably just put it 2.5 or something. Usually when I get wherever I'm going, I'll take my dang jersey off and wear my sun shirt. And I always have an extra shirt because I always usually take my jersey off. I forgot, that's not part of the program today.
Nope.
I'm about to have to peel off my extra shirt. Have a strip tease going on here. I'll catch a 7-pounder, that'd be just fine. Crank up the lights.
98-degree days and black jerseys don't go
that's
real
gonna
well
be a
together.
Sticky situation, is it?
Hey, JT Tompkins, his third 5-pounder. He's up to 22 pounds on the day.
Wow.
This
Fifth
one looks
place.
like a good one.
Wow.
Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, eat that thing. Dang. Got her. That's so freaking fun. That little XPS goodie right there. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Got 4.
Cody Huff now moved up into second place with 4 fish.
Got around a few. He caught a good solid, almost a 3-pounder, and got back up on the front deck and looked on the other side of the little creek, and there was another 3-pounder. 2.5 anyway.
Got it.
And there's another one.
Oh, that's another
I
one
think
there.
he found them.
Come on, baby. Yeah. Look at that. Little X down the throat. Golly. Thank you to my buddy Brett at Bass Pro. He hooked me up with a bunch of those before I came down here. And I would probably be in trouble if he didn't.
He's in good shape because he did. I mean, that is in a place that hasn't been a numbers game pretty much for hardly anybody.
Yeah.
He's showing us he can catch him at will here. That's incredible. Cody Huff.
3 fish in 5 minutes. It's good.
Very, very impressive. Ahead of the curve for sure. Kyle Patrick, though, still on top. Another quick start for Kyle Patrick on day number 2.
This place is a very unique fishery. I kind of look at it, it's like 5 or 6 fisheries in one, and how much the salt water plays. You know, normal lakes, we don't have to worry about all the salt.
I got just a little hint of what's going on. I by no means have it figured out, but I'm close. I mean, I'm really close to getting it figured out.
Oh, lots of figuring going on out here during this tournament and in advance of it as well. These guys practice with the purpose of trying to anticipate the conditions. And let's take a look at your leaderboard right now, unofficially, according to Bass Track. And it's Kyle Patrick, New York's Kyle Patrick, on top of Cody Huff, Chris Aldane, Jay Security. And look at JT Tompkins coming up from 91st place pretty quickly today, I would say, in less than 2 hours. Look at what he's done.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Mercury move of the day, JT Tompkins. Had a slow day yesterday because of the wind and the wind direction. His best area he chose not to go to, but today he obviously has gone to it, and he got it going early and often. The first fish at 8:05, which was probably, from what I heard, the area he was going in, first 5 minutes of fishing. Put a 3.8 in the boat, then a 3.0, and then back to back 5-pounders with a 5.8 there. Mercury move of the day, JT Tompkins. That's an incredible move there from where he was. It means everything towards his points and making the classic for so many different reasons. The scary part is Jason Christie, and we talked about it just a little bit ago. There's a lot to be learned. This place is so big and so many factors. For Jason Christie to say, I'm real close to having it figured out, and he's been fishing for an hour and hasn't caught one.
Yeah,
I mean, he's one of the very best in the business, and for him to say yesterday afternoon, I'm really close to getting this place figured out, and then he goes this morning and hasn't caught one yet.
Yeah.
A lot of figuring out to do.
Jason Christie, of course, won the 10-tom waterway, and is kind of a different thing. He's practiced locally, practiced far up the river, ran up the river a long ways on day one and decided, forget this, I'm going back, and he's picked out a place about 10 minutes from the takeoff and won the tournament there. So. But he did that this time and fished locally and said, no way, that ain't going to happen.
Just the opposite. That's why I mentioned he's one of the best in the business of figuring out where he needs to be to win and what he needs to do. Very surprising to see him with no fish so far this morning. He said he's about an hour ahead of schedule. Maybe he needs that sun to get a little higher in the sky to help the shade line be closer to these isolated trees. He's fishing on this outside edge.
And that's the hardest thing, balancing practice info that you get, right? The results that you get from your practice period is you launch, in your creek that you're fishing. You're not running from takeoff. So you're catching them at 6:30 in the morning when you would never be able to do that in a tournament.
6:30 p.m.
You're catching them late, and so it's, hey, I got them early here when I got, if you caught them at 10 o'clock,
it's not
that's
really
good, that duplicate. But if you caught before 8, that doesn't really help you other than knowing biting areas,
And a place this big, oftentimes an angler, I know I did it a lot of times, you put in one area today, day 2 practice in completely different area, maybe day 3 closer. So you've only really got one day of practice in the place that you end up spending your entire tournament.
And honestly, you need to, and anglers need to do this on a fishery like this, maybe every fishery.
So I moved back over to our starting bridge.
Tracking it in like a book.
And the current's starting to move. So one thing I learned on the California Delta, growing up tidal fishing, is that things happen closer to the ocean first. And what I mean by that, as the ocean drops or the wind blows the big water out, things start to happen, further and further up the river. So we're 4 miles from that last bridge we were just on. If I start to see current here on this bridge that's closer to the ocean, closer to the big water, I mean, things are starting to move. So that means, in a few minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, however long it takes for that, that water drop to reach that bridge, then the water starts moving. So I'll pay close attention here. And when things really start moving, bait starts moving, there's just giant balls of bait all through here. Things happen here first. So in short, the water starts moving closer to the ocean first. So try to catch a few here, and then we'll go back over there.
Good note there. Agree with what he said. Whether the water's coming in or going out, closer to the ocean is where it happens first. The ocean makes it all happen.
Yeah, that's true. That's where those menhaden come from.
Yes.
They're driving the action a little bit here. I don't think we've had a menhaden bite so far this year. Back out to Stetson Blaylock, 23.5 pounds on day one.
Yeah, it was a good ride. Took us a lot less time than yesterday, so that's a plus. We're actually a little further than we were yesterday, which can be a good or bad thing. We fortunately, as tough as it is, we already caught 2 small keepers, which is, I think those 2 fish probably put me in the top 50 cut, which is the first goal. Obviously, I want to catch 25 pounds and move up the leaderboard, but this game, when you're getting down to these last couple of events, it's all about points. So it's good to, I think I'm pretty close to top 50 cut right now. So that's a good feeling. But I think it's going to be another slow day. We're just going to have to get fortunate to get those couple of those big bites. I mean, I made the choice to come this far, and it is a long ways over here, but we made it. It's all good. Just got to get some big bites now.
Stetson paying attention to the points. He certainly wants to be in the Lake Hartwell Classic.
Oh, yeah.
He came really close to winning.
There's a ton of local traffic up here. I don't know if they're having a local tournament this weekend or what, but lots of local tournament fishermen up here. Of course, I know it's a popular place and a tournament destination. Small. Dude, that's the smallest one I've caught on that thing since I've been here. That's incredible. He ate it though. He might be a keeper. Oh yeah, 14 1/4. Pound and 1/4. Man, he's tiny. Come on. I don't know why these fish shake so bad. Yep. Not the ones we're after, but we got to start somewhere. Three keepers, so that's a good sign.
Stetson has found himself a school of Kyle Patrick fish.
Will Davis Jr. yesterday, off to a fast start with small ones, thought, oh, that's fine, just probably cull all those out, and then
did not happen.
Ran into a wall. But definitely should be enough to assure Stetson a spot in the top 50.
You would think so.
Yeah, if Wesley Gore, who was below Stetson, caught a 2.5 pounder and was secured multiple keepers for Stetson. Definitely has him in tomorrow, but because it's kind of do or die each day, you see JT Tompkins die yesterday and do today. You don't want to do that. If you can stack 2 consistent days, then you're going to be leaps and bounds ahead of those who slide in the cut with a good and a bad day.
And we saw a lot of have and have-nots last year here, other than Kyle Welter.
Yeah,
it was,
for sure. It was have and have.
He was have and have more.
I'm gonna take
keep
some
on
of yours.
having.
I'm gonna take some of his.
Well, how's your Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing team doing
doing
today?
great,
That's
Tommy.
the question.
Thank you.
Ronnie's is having a day.
Having a day.
Having a
JT
day.
Tompkins, one reason why.
JT
Thanks.
Tompkins, there you go. See, it's one day to the next. You can be up, you're down.
Yeah,
It's just
see?
like life itself. Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, a lot of fun to play. Pick your team today, hit the QR code, and get going with it on Bassmaster.com. We got plenty more on the way from here at the Pasquotank River. Albemarle Sound coming right up. It's the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 7th stop of the year. The Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River and massive Albemarle Sound. Here in North Carolina, we just wrapped up 2 events in South Carolina. Fantastic, both of them. And we've got an interesting one going here with Kyle Patrick. We were with Kyle Patrick in the boat all day yesterday. Put on quite a show. Didn't quite make the top 6 today. But we can show you what we've seen from second place Cody Huff today. Cody Huff's found a spot that's to his liking, and the conditions are just about right.
Hey, Bob Downey's making a move from 56. He's up to 9th place. Got a couple near 6 pounds. 2 fish near 6 pounds.
All right.
Looks like the last 15 minutes have been good to Brad Watley, who started the day in 10th.
Yarder.
Threw my bait off. It's not good for a guy that's running low.
It's okay for a guy that knows a guy, though. He said he knows a guy.
Yeah.
I know a guy.
Talking about a lot of guys looking for a big bite, 6-pounder, 8-pounder, make their day, double their weight from what they have. Cody Huff's going to be one of those guys that consistent 14 to 16 pounds with just regular keepers. And so
The day's early.
He'll be he'll be the guy who could benefit greatly when he catches, because he doesn't have any tiny ones. He just got a bunch of 3s.
You saw Jay Shakurit say that same thing. If he didn't have a very big fish, he says, I'll take 5 of those right now. He knows kind of what.
Day to day.
He's playing the long game.
Yeah, Huff had a 7-pounder yesterday.
Yeah, you'll need a big one or 2 to win, but like day-to-day consistency, man,
you need those.
You like those 3s.
You need the
I'll
rest
take
of the cast there for sure.
Take those pars, a birdie every now and then, waiting on that eagle.
Yeah, that's it. That's the deal.
And as the holes pass by, time, I need an albatross at this point.
Yeah.
See, Luke Palmer kind of wasted his 8-14 yesterday. He only had 3 fish for 12-3.
Yeah, that's.
Keeper number 3 for Chris. It's not the size he had yesterday morning.
Pound and a half.
Three fish also plagued Matt Robinson, who had an 8.5 yesterday. He only had 13 pounds total. You got to fill your limit, and probably not with just 1.5 pounders. A nice couple 3s in there with a 8. Make your day.
That's what John Cox was talking about yesterday. Not having a limit that messed him up more than once this year. was overjoyed to get one back there.
Yep. This, we talked about it yesterday. It's very similar to Florida tournaments. Getting a limit isn't easy, but to win or to be in the top 10, you got to have a limit with one of those 6+ pounders. Got to have at least one of those. And then yesterday, like I mentioned, all of our top 6 had one in each hand.
Yeah.
6+ pounders. Yeah, our leader, Kyle Patrick, his best is a 4.6 right now, bunch of 2 1/4, 2.5 pounders for almost 14 pounds, but 36.5 isn't going to end up leading today.
Basically the exact same start he had yesterday. He had a 4.5 pounder and a bunch of 2.5 pounders to go with it.
Then that 8 pounder.
Yeah.
Justin Hamner still looking for that first keeper. Still looking for that.
We didn't need him no ways.
Man, look at this. First keeper bite for Justin Hamner this morning. Didn't get so upset. A lot of fishing time left.
Stay on there, big girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah! There's one of them. They get it so good. See how many casts I made right there? Like, that's the whole thing. Forget about that live scope and stuff. I'm sure a lot of guys are seeing these fish in there, but it's all about presentation. How many casts did I make right there? Four-pounder. Number 4. That was sick. That was sick. Dude, multiple casts to that spot right there. So here's what we have. Currents, and it's not ripping down the river, but the current's moving down the river. And these points right here, on these bridges, yeah, there's pilings and there's fish on these pilings, but the main, like I always talk about this with swim bait fishing, fish the most obvious pieces of cover you could possibly fish. That main point, that main laydown, that one single dock that's isolated, but we're fishing the main points on this bridge. The current is hitting that main point, and these fish are hanging around these horizontal slats. So I'm skipping my swim bait up under there into the shade, and oh, they're crushing it. That one almost broke me off. There's barnacles all over the place. We got lucky there. 25-pound Seagar, a B.A.S.S. Gotta have it.
Chris Eldane in his 15th year, Bassmaster Elite Series. California native. Now living
4 more, we got all day.
Texas. He made the cut here last year, but just did make the cut. He was the 50th man in. I think he's got the cut nailed down this year.
Yeah, and at this point in his career, Davey, he said it in his social media post. He said, "Can't change, won't change. Swim bait till I die." Like at this point in his career, Zaldane's not fishing for a 7th or an 8th. He's going to go for the win, doing it his way. He's too far along in this process to do it any other way.
That one does, that board right there does not reflect that last catch we saw from Chris Eldane. He'll be a lot closer up to second place there, if not pulling close to even with Cody Hupp at this point right now. But still Kyle Patrick on top of it right now. Brad Watley making one of the big moves into the top 10 today so far. There'll be more, and that's coming up. Bassmaster Live in the middle of our 7 hours of coverage today of the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River in Albemarle Sound here in North Carolina. Elizabeth City, North Carolina is our fantastic host city. Sure appreciate being in that terrific place. There's your updated leaderboard. Still Kyle Patrick on top. You see Chris Zaldane, a good one. He caught those multiple casts, as he pointed out. Getting the right presentation, moving into second place. So looking good. I think he's got his cut knocked out for this time around. So great job for our day one leader, Chris Zaldane.
I think that was fish number 4 for him.
4,
yeah.
But he said that's one of the right ones. So hopefully his plan comes together and he's able to cull out some of those smaller ones and replace them for ones like that last one. 4 pounds and above, he certainly be proud to take to the scales here.
Paul Marks just jumped in there with a 6-pounder. Got his limit with almost 13 pounds. He was 21st.
Your 7th place Stetson Blaylock, starting 6th today.
Another tiny one. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Lord. I didn't get a very good hook set in that one. Two and a quarter.
Cole Sands, who started 15th yesterday, jumped on top of the AOI standings. His 5 fish came in all at once. He's up to 4th place, regained the AOI lead that he lost to Drew Cook this morning.
They're going to be passing around a little bit today.
Oh, up and down.
Yeah.
Both leaderboards.
Let's get out to Justin Hammer. It's been going so well. There we go. There's something to help right there. It's one of his biggest fans. Say that's. We'll be back with more from here in Dad Joke Corner.
It'll be one of his smallest ones, too.
Who? A mister? Yeah. Yes, I do. You just stick the thing in the water and it shoots it out.
A Mr.
After
Fan.
the heat stroke I endured yesterday. That was rough. I think I'm just making this worse.
Did his bait get caught in the fan?
I don't know, does it matter if your koiki has 6 tentacles or 8 or 12? Like, I don't know.
A lot to be learned about the koiki bite.
Still testing it. Yeah. All these testers out there.
Have you gotten a chance to test it much, Davey?
Oh, absolutely,
A lot?
Such.
Okay.
I'd been on it before the Santee Cooper Lakes event, I can promise you that. Hey, you get some weird looks when you hang a couple of them off your rearview mirror riding down the road, I can tell you that. I did that just to see how many people would know they're actually fishing lures.
And the ones that don't know it say to themselves, weirdo.
Well, I had to explain. It's funny you say that because, here we go, Stetson's hooked up. Oh. Ooh. Caught a couple small ones, and that was not a small one, and he lost it.
First one I've lost.
That's some blaylock. Tell, very surprised he's caught some smaller fish, and he finally gets a big one on, and unfortunately.
I didn't see it, but it looked to be about a 3.5 pounder.
Got a little glimpse of it right there, and then right about the time he was going to swing it in, just pulled off. It's funny you mentioned that, though. I took my truck to the Toyota place to get the oil changed, and I had 2 corky baits hanging off the rearview mirror just for giggles. And when he came back in, he was looking at me, and I had to explain to him, those are fishing lures.
He probably didn't have to say anything, just the look he was giving you, huh?
Honestly, he's not a fisherman. He said, they look kind of like sea urchins. And I said, they're the hottest bait on Lake Greenwood right now, because that's what I was agreeing with. He said.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh. What's that? Yeah, I caught a 5 right there, fishing it just a little bit deeper yesterday.
There you go. May have been the same fish, maybe not. He just had a bite in the cast before that.
Not big, but we'll take it.
Be fish number 5.
Yeah,
I think
that's the limit.
That's number 4, right? Woo! Uh-huh. No, is that 5? We got 5.
Hunter Shrike, who had 19.6 on day 1.
2 little ones.
Third, fourth 4-pounder today. He's up to 4th place. 12 pounds.
Nope, we got 6 fish. We gotta call Lisa. Gotta call Lisa. Yeah. Oh, there's so many bait fish down there. We got more than
Menhaden.
5 bass and
Yes.
a lot of fish.
Yes. He said 6 fish. He's got 5 bass and 1 bait fish that got spit up. We're not starting
big one.
nothing. We're not doing a deep dive on that for sure. Some things don't need to be said. We're being completely honest.
Okay, we'll do a 5.
All right. Day 1 leader looking pretty good as it stands right now. Chris Aldane moving up into 2nd place. Yeah. Reflected that last fish, so we'll see if that can put him into the lead. We'll have that for you when we come back. For now, it's Patrick on top. Hunter Shryock moving in with all his fish weighed in, moving into our top 4 right now. Cole Sands, our leader, and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Doing well today also.
Man, I've come close to winning, big tournaments so many times, many seconds, many thirds, numerous top 10s. I've won events like Celebrity Pro-Ams and Redfish tournaments, but never a major tournament. And here's the other thing is, I don't know what the score is. I don't know what the other anglers are doing. The only thing I can control is what I'm doing, the cast I make, the lures I'm using, the areas I'm fishing. The only one in control of that is me. We just need to make it happen here this week. There's one of them. Forget about that live scope and stuff. I'm sure a lot of guys are seeing these fish in there, but it's all about presentation. How many casts did I make right there?
Well, he's got a plan. He's got a particular presentation he's sticking to, and I think that's kind of his character right there, Chris Zaldain.
I was actually thinking it a little bit, but since he brought it up about not winning yet at this level, for Kyle Patrick, for him to finally take the lead from Kyle Patrick, who he gave a bait to and told him to try the bridges. Oh, how crazy. We've got a lot of fishing to go, and I don't think that's going to happen, but I was certainly thinking about, gosh, how crazy would it be if Chris Zaldain would not win because he gave Kyle Patrick the baits and the goods on where to throw it.
One of many, many possible scenarios we can spin out right now. That last fish he caught, though, as a matter of fact, put him on top, back on top of our leaderboard again. Our day one leader, Chris Zaldain, using that bait he used for his best finish so far this year, which was Lake Martin. Said that was the same bait. He used to get 6th place at that one.
There's Brandon Lester jumped into our top 10 there at 9th. He caught that 6.8 earlier. He finished his limit with a couple of 4.12s. It's up to 19 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. He started 60th today. He's in 9th.
And I'm pretty sure he was 60 with like 2 4+ pounders yesterday. I think he only had like 2 fish. Both were good ones. Meanwhile, we normally see in the top of our leaderboard a lot of AOY contenders, but the 3 guys at the top, Chris Zaldain, Kyle Patrick, Cody Huff, are all guys just outside the classic cut, not had the best season. A top 10 will tremendously move them up.
I know a lot of people are going to say all this mix-up this year is because of the with and without forward facing, but I think the schedule has just been really good and very diverse.
Throwing the old XPS, Urch X. And we got us a limit this morning, so we made the cut. That doesn't usually ever happen for fishing tomorrow. And now we've got all day to do a little hogging. We just got to try to see a few, throw it a lot of different cover. See if we can't just talk a couple big ones into biting. Those great big ones are just such a game changer here. I mean, they're giants in this place, so you just need to catch a couple of them and really make your whole day. And it's hot, if you were wondering. I'm sure everybody's been talking about that already, but it's smoking hot already and just gonna get hotter.
Checked in with Jay Shakurit for a little bit here.
Man, it's been slow. I made about a 65-mile run, and the fish aren't really cooperating too well yet. I'm not going to get ahead of myself just yet because I know when the sun gets up, they should get positioned on some shade stuff a little bit better, but for the most part, it's been pretty slow. I got 2 keepers today so far. 1 okay fish in the 2-pound range, and then 1 small one, just, whatever. I actually got a really nice one on my glide bait right now. Come on. Eat it. But yeah, it's been slow. I think just a little bit of pressure in the area has kind of already somewhat taken its toll. But nevertheless, we're gonna keep after it and see what we can put in the boat. We got a pretty long day, to be honest with you. I mean, we don't have to leave here until 2:30, so I mean, you're talking another 5 hours of good fishing, so
A lot can happen in that time. Ah, that's a snag. It scared me. But yeah, we'll see. Looking forward to the day. It's already hot, I'm sweating.
Well, we can see that a lot of our leaders have figured out the bridges are key here this time of the year with the post-spawn conditions and that current moving back and forth. Certainly a good place for these fish to set up and ambush the Manhattan and all different types of blue crab. There's a variety of.
Oh man, it's a seafood buffet down there.
Absolutely, seafood buffet.
I feel like Jay Shakur's been out here forever. He's only in his 5th year. He was the Rookie of the Year in 22.
Well, when I mean,
just
Tommy,
done a lot. That's
when
what
you
he's done.
walk into the saloon and kick the door down. I mean, you know, you just think you own the place. You've been here a while, and
We've had him on camera a lot.
And we have spent a lot of time.
4 or 5 years.
Back to our leader, Chris Zaldane. Who has actually won a tournament at this level, just not a full field. He won that
Sturgeon Bay.
The Sturgeon Bay.
AOY top 50.
I guess level was not the right way to put it.
Yeah,
My
won a
apologies.
Redfish Cup too.
I think he put it that way. I think.
Yeah.
Small coal.
I mean, Fighter says the same thing. I haven't won a full field event. I know I've beat these guys, but it's a different deal. 4 days, 100 guys versus 3 days, 50 guys.
And he did put it that way. Like I say, it's technically at this level, but I think a lot of the anglers kind of feel that way. And like I said, Fighter's done it, and he says that, and Zaldane's done it, and he says that.
Yeah, you want to beat all the best.
Yep.
Anyway.
Oh boy, JT Tompkins added again a 4.5 pounder. It's up to 23 pounds, 8 ounces. From 91st, we'll see how high he can get back in the top 10 or not right now.
Be curious if his practice was really that good there and he chose not to go yesterday because of the wind, or it's even better than he thought it would be, and that's why he didn't make that run.
All getting ready to wrap up the 3rd hour. Are allotted on the 2nd day. We've got the full field of 98 out there. And after today, it's going to be cut down to 50. So
you talked about it earlier, Ronnie. The leaders in AOY so often this time of year continue to just be in your top 10, top 20, but there's some guys flirting with not making the cut that it would hurt their chances in a big way going into the final 2 events up in New York.
I mean, Corey, 57th after day 1. He was your AOY leader coming in. You had Trey, who was 34th, so inside the cup, but still 15 spots is not something to mess with. And Dakota Ebear, 3rd coming in, 82nd place.
Yeah, a couple fish today for any of those 3 guys, one way or the other.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, McKinney's got 4 for about 9 pounds right now. He's standing in 22nd.
And I mean, you even go back to the guys who are down by the classic cut line. We talked about the 3 guys who are at the top of our leaderboard, Zaldane, Huff, and Kyle Patrick, are guys who are around 55th to 70th starting the event. So you have a top 10 this week. You probably flirt with the classic cut line, maybe a point or 2 away, and then it's a 2-event shootout. Stay in, make a couple cuts and you're there. Whereas you have a guy like Carl Jacobson, man, been doing great all year, gets dead last at Lake Murray, turns around, gets almost a top 10 at Santee, rights his wrong, right? 90-something place yesterday, 2 fish. Just, I mean, he's had bottom 5, top 12, bottom 5 again. That'll zap your good ones, and he just, like, you can't afford to do that. He's the one today, points-wise, he's got to get to the 70s. You got to get to the 60s to 70s. Cannot have 2 90s out of 3 events this late in the year.
Full field and so important to so many of them out here. That's what makes this day one we've got to stay on top of as best we can today. Folks waiting on some wind, waiting on a little what passes for current right now in Albemarle Sound and Pasquotank River. The Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River and Albemarle Sound is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. Day 2, very important day 2. Got to make the move today into the top 50, and it's going by very fast. We're about to soon launch into our 4th hour of competition today. Chris Zaldane, the leader from day number 1, trying to make a case that maybe I can go wire to wire on this thing. Why not? Hunter Shryock, Kyle Patrick, Cody Huff. This would be a hard one to go wire to wire on. I mean, for anybody, any human being. This is just so many variables, and it's so different from last year. Last year, wind was a story because it blew every day. We had plenty of wind. It's a story this time because we're not getting any of it today for some anglers.
And so much wind the night before the first day of the event on Wednesday night. Here's the other thing. Hats off to Chris Zaldane for turning it around from a very unusual, tough tournament for him at Santee Cooper Lakes.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. This is par to maybe even a little better than par. The only thing missing is a 6-pounder.
Wire to wire, Tommy, you say? He'd be the first person to do that this year.
That's right.
We have had 2 different elites where we've had 4 different leaders. We've had, a different leader every day, 2 different elites. That was Gunnersville and Murray. We had 3 different leaders at Santee. We had 2 leaders at the Arkansas River, 2 at the Classic, and 2 at Lake Martin, and then we had 3 different leaders at the Tin Tom. So this would, normally we have 1 or 2 wire to wire. Sometimes there's a season of it.
Yeah.
We've got more guys where the worst place to be is first until the final day. That we've got that syndrome.
It has been a curse. More tournaments than not this year.
And a couple of those, like Polinick at Santee Cooper, is like, wow, he's going to cruise right on to victory lane with this, and then it just turned on him.
That's what's so great. What I was talking about on the podcast was Chris started 16th place with 21 pounds. Moves up to second, but still 5 pounds back halfway through the tournament. Has a 3-pound lead going into the final day and wins by 19. So he only had a 3-pound lead entering the final day of Santee. That's nothing.
Yeah.
And he did all of his winning weight basically just on the final day.
Yeah, that was.
Normally we see like a Welcher, 45 pounds. That was daily adding 6 to 10 pound advantage every day, extending the lead. Chris did a 16-pound advantage in one day to go from 3 to 19.
When's the last time we had a wire-to-wire winner? Was it the first tournament of last year?
Let me see. I'll go back to the 25 stats. I just closed them, Tommy. Dang it.
Oh, well.
Let me see.
That might be
probably the most recent one, yeah. Paul Nick.
Trey.
Yeah.
Who won St. Clair? Yeah, Trey won St. Clair.
Trey.
He was wire to wire. And that was the next to last event of the year. Yeah, we had 3 wire-to-wire wins last year. Welcher, Schlapper, McKinney.
Oh, I hate to see this from Justin Hamner. I mean, we all love to see our anglers throwing frogs, but he made a long run to a bridge that was, it was easy yesterday and little to no current. He's on plan C or D right now, hoping for that current to get going.
Started the day in 15th place. Got 4 fish for 17 pounds. His last one was a 5-pounder.
Say that again, Such.
Shryock, his last fish was a 5-pounder, get him up to 2nd place. Got 4 fish for 17.
Been talking about how we have a lot to learn about Pasquotank rivers, and there was one under his bait.
Yeah.
One thing we have learned, there's a lot of big fish here.
Yeah, oh man, that's true.
I mean, Kyle Welser just caught them all last time.
Yeah.
Now they're spread out among the field, but multiple postponed 8-pounders, you're in a healthy fishery.
Yeah, it's a great point.
Jordan Leo had our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, an 8-pounder, up from 78th. He just completed his limit with a 4.5-pounder. He's in 19th with 17 pounds. He's got a couple 1-pounders.
Fishing in a total opposite extreme direction than he did yesterday. Instead of going back and trying to figure out what went wrong yesterday, it's just scrap it and do the opposite. So I'd love to do that in a tournament, Davey, but only Jordan Lee would go flip it and do an 8-pounder.
Dude, they're not getting it very good today at all. That's a better one though. Hold still.
Yeah, Jordan's had a knack his whole career of making those decisions after a slow day and making the good decisions.
Oh yeah, 3 1/4.
Catching solid ones. Heard him say a few minutes ago, right on schedule, or maybe even better than scheduled. Just need a 6-pounder.
Yeah.
A lot of time to get it.
Even though he ain't big, gotta go on that side. I'm gonna go ahead and fill this on up, and then I'm gonna put a bag of ice in there real quick. I guess if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it.
I'd forgotten about ice. Ice, necessity today.
Yeah, this time of the year with the temperatures like they are, that water in the live well can get really, really warm.
I got to Christie, man. Had much going on with him for a while. Something here.
Yes. Much Much needed bite there. Good one.
Just don't be hooked in the tongue. We just lost one. This is where I thought I was going to catch them yesterday. Now, I did catch two. I guess that's good. A third of my bites yesterday, but.
Make that a small one.
Huh?
Make that one the small one.
I'm telling you, on this place it can be.
Well, he fixed the drought with a good one there.
Yeah, said he just lost one. That's his first fish in the live well today. But keep in mind, he's got a lot more fishing time today than yesterday. He said he got there about an hour earlier and can fish about an hour longer. I was hoping I was going to see the Booyah spinnerbait, but it looks like it's corky time for Christy.
It's corky time all over the world, it seems like right now. It's either corkies or soccer balls. He gets one or the other. Take your pick. Chris Zaldain hanging on top here. Hunter Shryock in second place. Kyle Patrick, third place. Huff, Blaylock, Cook, Sands, Lester, Marks, and Brad Watley. We'll be right back. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Maxam Tire. Bassmaster Elite from the Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Live coverage sponsored by Garmin. This week, got a lot to show you. Amazing yesterday, nary a rookie in our top 10 as we finish it, which is kind of unusual, as a matter of fact.
It's been unusual for a few years,
many
not
years,
just this year.
Great point, yeah. Road Guide Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points standings as it is right now. It's still Caleb Hudson's game. But Fisher and I, Tristan McCormick, Peg South, Sam Haney, all have an opportunity to gain some ground on him today. Aaron Jagfeld, Matt Messer, Cranford, and down through the list we go there.
Man, Peg South lost one spot in AOI, Tommy, from 45th to 44th to 45th. He only had two fish yesterday. Both were 6-pounders. He had 2 for 12. If he's not sweating bullets today,
oh man,
he got lucky yesterday, basically.
And no rookies in the top 10 in an event where he can use the forward facing, which said no one.
Well, it goes back to that point you made. They've got this thing scheduled out. Everybody gets an opportunity to do what they want to do this year. I think it's been great.
Yeah, the schedule.
I've been moving for about 35 seconds. Isn't that stupid? And he just come unglued on it. About time. Tide's been moving for maybe 30 seconds. I captured one. Don't guess, I'll tell you. Oh, wait. Smells good. Smells like fish. 2 pounds.
Brandon Lester, our second angler, over 20 pounds today. He's got 21.4 from 60th to 8th. And JT Tompkins called, got rid of his 3-pounder. He's up to 24 pounds, 2 ounces from 91st to 11th right now.
Man.
80 spot jump.
That's a jump. That's a Blaylock, 6th place, hooked up again.
He's catching a lot of solid fish.
Right on schedule, about every 30 minutes.
Just barely getting it today, though. Look at that hook, just barely in the corner edge of his mouth. But we got him. Not a big one, but decent. 2 3/4. That'll work. Nice coal there. All right, well.
And keeping pace there, holding his spot so far today, and that's a good job if he can do that.
A little spooky if he does catch a 8-pounder or so, because he's got the other 4 that'll go along with a big one just fine.
He's got the compliment.
Keeper's a keeper. Take 5 first. Call it like 1 1/4 pounds.
Paul Marks with a 5-pounder. He's up to 17 pounds on the day, 5th place. Less than 4 pounds out of the lead. He's got a couple 1-pounder, 1 1/4, 1 1/2.
Boy, things have started clicking here.
Yeah, that's
guys making moves.
Well, Justin Hamner said the tide started moving 30 seconds ago and catching his first fish.
Got her. I want to help. It's a pretty one there. Oh. Thank you, Lord. Man, hadn't had a bite in a while. Nice to finally hog this one.
The corky shadow in the floor of that boat was interesting.
Lost one of his baits a little bit ago.
Yeah, Jay with another one.
There we go, that's 5. The old drop shot. Filler worm. Comes through for a $1.80. Oh, almost 2 pounds. Take it. It's caught a 112. That is 5 bass in the boat. That's a success.
Hunter Schrock just filled his limit. He's got 18,
I should throw
13.
this drop shot more.
Tied with Zaldane, 38 pounds, 3 ounces.
Wow.
It's first cast and our second cast with it.
First drop shot we've seen so far this week.
Yeah.
No, it was not mentioned among the baits people were expected to be using up here, but served Jay Shakira well there. Got his limit. Jason Christie needs a limit now.
He put that first fish in as a 3.5 pounder. He was a little bit bigger than that.
Mm-hmm. This area reminds me so much of the Santee Cooper Lakes. And Lake Mary and Lake Moultrie are huge, but just nothing compared to this area here. There's hundreds of miles of good looking water and cover in all directions. It's really incredible how there's so many good looking targets everywhere, all over this place, all over these rivers.
Let Christy fish on for a minute here. Let's bring in our colleague with our Yamaha on the line. Hook up with Kyle Jesse. Kyle, back at your familiar spot there with your big boat in the background there. So it's good to see things are staying the same. Hey, let's give some love to our leader now in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Cole Sands right now. You're good at filling in some of the blanks on people's careers that maybe we haven't seen so much of until this year. We've seen a lot of Cole Sands.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Tommy. Cole Sands has obviously had a fantastic season. We saw the stretch of tournaments in the middle of the season, back-to-back top 10s. Cole Sands has certainly been a name that we've had our eye on for a long time, fishing in the college series. Did a lot of damage at Bryan University, and an outstanding angler, obviously showing how well-versed he is. We knew this season with the 50-50 split in tournaments with forward-facing sonar and non-forward-facing sonar, whoever was going to, hoist the trophy at the end, obviously was going to be good at doing both. And so far, he's obviously had a great season. But as we know, the Angler of the Year race is far from over. I don't think anybody had Cole Sands being the leader after day one on our bingo card. Obviously, was right there within striking distance, but how consistent Corey Johnston and Trey McKinney have been all season, I don't think any of us saw this coming. But Cole Sands, outstanding angler, and great to see him having this kind of season this year.
So Kyle, kind of along that same line, we've been talking about a little bit in studio how 3 tournaments ago we thought that Corey Johnson and Trey McKinney were going to be battling out all the way through the 2 New York events. But we've seen the leaderboard flip-flop, the AOI, the Rookie of the Year. We've seen so much change here recently in the last few tournaments. I mean, hey, Chris Zaldain finished dead last in the last event, and here he is leading this one. Do you think is part of it because of the 50-50 with and without forward facing, or the diversity in where the events are different times of year? What do you think?
I think the diversity in the schedule obviously has a big part to do with it. I mean, you just look at the last 3 tournaments we've had, obviously going from Murray, a blueback herring lake, Corey Johnson obviously slipping there, thought his chances were done. Obviously a place you would think Trey McKinney would do well. He did do well. Santee Cooper, obviously a question mark for a lot of the guys. Trey McKinney obviously didn't get on much there. Really the first non-forward facing tournament that he's struggled in this year, despite the fact that I think a lot of people out there think that's pretty much what he's good at. But obviously has proved up until that tournament he's just as good without it. I think that's probably the biggest thing, but I think it's just so hard to be consistent out here as it is. I mean, you look at the weights this week, and I think this tournament specifically, I mean, we're already looking at JT Tompkins making a big move. These guys are just so good. It is incredibly hard to be consistent. I think it's just going to continue to get harder each and every year.
Kyle, this is a big fishery, and definitely we talk about the 2 rivers when you think Tin Tom and Arkansas River that we said they were going to stub some toes for anglers. Then we thought, man, Santee and the post spawn might stub some toes. This is the real last uncertain event, and with how big the playing field is, you had guys like Jordan Lee go one direction and catch 8 pounds yesterday, switch it up and go another direction, catch an 8-pounder already this morning. Who do you expect to see maybe have that bounce back? We know JT's moved up, but today it's going to be a huge flip-flop, and different regions may show up once again.
Well, Ronnie, I'm going to go with the easiest layup of all time. I'm going to go out on a limb and say JT Tompkins is going to make a big turnaround today. Obviously from in the 90s yesterday, up inside the cut today, obviously going to make it. 2 semifinals Saturday. Obviously the cut weight right now, 11 pounds and some change yesterday. But, yeah, I mean, I think that this place is incredible. So much fishable water. I think the one thing I was looking forward to this morning is once everybody got to their spots is seeing, of the 6 guys that we have on camera, obviously we have more than that, but, the top 6 anglers, seeing where they were at, on this giant body of water. They were on 4 different places entirely, separated by who knows how many hundreds of miles. I mean, this place, obviously we know it has big ones. We saw that last year. We've seen that so far this year. But the fact that you can catch that weight
pretty much seemingly everywhere you go. You know, I think a lot of the talk coming into this tournament is that some of these areas you'd have a ceiling as far as your weight was concerned, but obviously Chris Aldane leading after day one, not going super far, and then we have guys making incredibly long runs that are also inside the top 10. So really speaks to how great this fishery is. You know, it wouldn't be surprising if a fishery this massive only had, you know, a handful of spots that held the majority of the bass, but I mean, this place is unbelievable.
Absolutely. Agree 100%. Kyle, Jesse, thank you so much. Good points about this amazing place.
I broke the journalism rule, Tommy. I didn't ask him a question. I didn't ask him. I was trying to lead to which area will win. So we'll say, will it be one in the Pasquotank? That's the question I'll ask going forward. Will it be one in the Takeoff Creek? Or will some other area actually come up and have that?
One thing I think we have learned, if you don't catch them, you are not going to do very well on the Elite Series now, no matter where we go. If you have a 5-pound day, a 6-pound day, you're going to be down towards the bottom.
Absolutely. We're seeing that play out right before our eyes. So much more to see as we push on towards midday here in North Carolina. Day number 2, very important second day, big moving day for the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. This is it. We're into the last third of our season here for the Bassmaster Elite Series. After this, it's the 2-event Northern Swing, Champlain and the St. Lawrence River. And that's going to wrap it all up, but we've got a lot of business to settle, lots to sort out before everything is done and wrapped up. And even then, it won't be wrapped up as far as some of the outcomes for some of our anglers are concerned. So we got plenty to keep us occupied and plenty right before us today to watch as it plays out.
Stetson Blaylock have been catching them more often and steady than anyone we've got a camera with so far today. A lot of 3-pounders.
Yeah.
You just know it's going to happen. He's going to hook up on them.
No big ones yet, though. What is the deal? Quality ones, but no big ones.
Yesterday he had a pair of 6-pounders on Bass Track.
Two and 3/4.
So much like our Florida lakes that it seems like it's more difficult to get 18 pounds having all 3.5-pounders or so than it is to get 18 pounds having 4 1-pounders in a 10 or 4 2-pounders in a 10. There's some. That's exactly what
action
Chris Aldane was talking
yeah,
about.
Yeah, so the Menhaden, or the street name, bunker pogie, it's like a saltwater bait fish that makes their way into these tributaries like this. I guess this time of year, obviously, because this railroad bridge right here has got millions of them, and they're all like 5 inches. They're not like, there's a few like 6 and 7, 8 inches around. And trust me, I threw all the big stuff, 7, 8-inch swim baits, but there's something about the 5-inch swim bait. I mean, it just looks absolutely perfect. On top of the fact that this water's fairly clear, although it's tannic, the water's clear. So, I mean, I was watching, Lester was right here, Lee's was around, Swindle was here, and they're throwing wide bait and, spinning rod stuff. But when you have a swim bait that looks just like those pogies, it all boils down to presentation at that point and just putting it right on those shade lines, right on those pilings. We got to have a little bit of current. Like yesterday, who was it? Hank, I think Hank Cherry was here, and he says, dude, in the morning it sucked here, and that's kind of how it is today. And it's because the current wasn't moving. And when the current's not moving, all those menhaden are just out in front. They're out, 20 yards off of it. But when that current starts ripping through, whether the wind lies down out on the sound or the wind direction changes and all this water gets pushed out, that current places all that bait right up in those shade lines and right on those current breaks, and that's when it's go time. So we got a little starter bag, but we need more of those 4 and 5 pounders. Oh. They're like busting out here and just moving all around, but when that current fires up, they got nowhere to go but right in the stuff. And that was the whole key yesterday, is putting that swimmer in those tiny little spots.
We've been with Chris Zaldain, of course, all day long, being our day one leader out there. We got good reports starting yesterday, very early from him. He was on him, and he was on some size as well. And this is what we've seen from him so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Zaldain had him figured out in practice. He started out yesterday morning catching them early and often, doing this exact same thing around these bridges where you have the menhaden, different bait fish. And I'm sure a blue crab or two floats by every now and then, but it's just current fishing 101. These bait fish post-spawn are attracted to more current. Most of these bridges are in places for a reason where the river itself narrows down. It's a shorter distance across in a lot of cases, which helps create more current, but then also these pilings and things that are in the water around these bridges attract the bait fish and those bigger size largemouth like we've seen him catching. Chris Zaldain got a good plan, and the good thing about here, there's so many bridges and so many options.
Gosh, yeah.
Unlike a lot of places we go, someone finds a bridge that's productive, and it might be the only one on the fishery. There's lots of them here.
Right now, it's deadlocked at the top. Unofficially, Chris Zaldain and Hunter Shryock with Stetson Blaylock. He's been Mr. Steady today, he's playing the numbers game. Not everybody's been able to do that so far. Cody Huff, we saw him doing much the same thing in a little bit more far-flung place where he is. Kyle Patrick, Paul Marks moving up into our top 10. Drew Cook back in the top 10. Had a good day yesterday. Jay Shakur, Brad Watley, and Cole Sands. Now, who's just under that top 10? Well, Brandon Lester, a runner-up from last year. Andrew Loberg, J.T. Tompkins, Bob Downey, Wesley Gore. There's Jason Christie, started to way up there today. It's been very slow for him. Sam Hangy. There's Trey McKinney. Trey's been moving up a little bit slowly here.
So it looks like 20th place, the separation between first and 20th is about what it was between first and second last year at this point in the tournament.
Yeah,
a day and a half in.
Right.
A day and a half in.
It is not the same event. It is a different deal this time around. There's Alex Redwine in 30th place right there, Tristan McCormick, and Brandon Cobb in 26 as it stands right now. But you got to be in that top 50. That's what today is all about.
Practice was great. I mean, I had some big bites. Problem was, in practice, you're fishing 12 hours. I'm only getting to fish 3.5 to 4 hours. So, coming into the event, it's all about one thing for me, and it's the Classic. I knew I needed to get some points, and coming out of here, win, lose, or draw, is I want to get a handful of points out of here for the Classic. So, I don't think it'd be a cool Hartwell Classic if I wasn't there.
Well, that's bold talk, but I agree with it.
I think it'll be a cool Classic, but it'll be cooler if Jason Christie is
right.
there, no doubt about it.
That's right.
It definitely was weird at the Classic not having guys like Christie and Hackney and others at this most recent one because they all kind of struggled the same time. It definitely was odd. You have to have a couple of those key, long-tenured guys with 15, 16 Classics to kind of make it feel like it's the one.
Missing out is a motivator too for these things.
Oh, no
Cold
doubt.
Sands, for example.
Yeah, I
missed
mean,
it by one spot. Right?
Absolutely.
And look at him now.
And it hurt more because Knoxville is a place he knew around.
Got about Gussie.
Dude, did you see that? I was like, I just saw a fish go up. Like,
Flash?
no, I saw him come up. I was like, there was a fish. I know what we're going to do because both 8-pounders came knee deep yesterday. That's a solid 2.5, don't you think? Greg Hackney standards? He can't. Huh? Yeah.
Hey, dude.
2.5 all day long. Yeah, I seen this fish swimming, and I was like, why is he swimming? Why is he? And then he had my bait the whole time. Yeah.
Doesn't happen that way when he's throwing a spinnerbait. He knows when he gets a bite on a spinnerbait.
That's what it goes, like, everyone says is it get, look at there. Schooling?
Must be.
Sucker just came up schooling. I ain't got nothing to throw at him besides that. Wow, come on. Heck, he's 14, easy.
It's now a good schooling bait. That's what I was just talking about. Like, it's a, people say it's a gimmick bait. You can still catch them on a jig. When you see Greg Hackney and Jason Christie flipping it, the bait is good, man. It's a good bait.
So it's funny because he almost laid it down. He leaned over and like he said, he didn't have anything better to throw. But it looks like that worked out just fine. But if you don't know what it imitates, how do you know whether you should throw it when they're feeding on bait fish or crawfish?
And now you know you don't have to have a pearl koiki tied on for the schooling fish. They'll eat
don't even
scalper
go
knots.
there. Don't even go there.
Yeah, right.
They're so hard to get. You can't be particular about which color you're throwing.
They'll be bed fishing it. They'll find out it helps you with your taxes if it's.
Hey, I need them. I need that. Then let's go.
Shouldn't make so much money, Ron.
That was not the issue. I promise you that.
Now with a limit, trying to upgrade, might be an upgrade.
It looks like it.
Down here.
Smallest fish are 1.4. That's definitely an upgrade.
There we go. Long, skinny one. Good fish, though. Just got to keep after it. A little over 3. How's that, number 4? That's not good.
One thing we have learned over the last couple of years, these anglers are the best in the business, but they will pick up a bait that they've never thrown before, and it'll be near and dear to their heart in no time.
Catch me a fish. You're my buddy.
You know, from Jason Christie to whoever, you know, that I haven't thrown it a whole lot, but I mean, when they see something's the real deal and something's happening, they will order 100 of them and throw it in the very next tournament.
We've been talking about it. Is this place tidal, like a traditional lake fishery that's near the ocean, but with the Outer Banks, the way it kind of blocks all of the actual tide? A lot of the tide is wind related, or a lot of the water movement is wind related or creek funneling. And so you can look at this huge fishery. We can go all the way to the west. These are the two rivers. I know that there's the Perquimans River, and you've got the Little River and Pasquotank River, but these are true rivers. The Chowan River, which I'm highlighting here, the Westerly and Northwest River, that's got a lot more flow than these others. Let's click it and see. 1.6 thousand CFS. So that's some consistent and considerable current flow, and you can see it's that way throughout different portions of it. You could go as far up as you want. 1.5 in that area. You get to the bends and the turns, and that's where it kind of upticks and pushes out to the sound. When you look at the Roanoke, that's another determining factor. This one is a much smaller, narrower one, so it's going to be more neck down, whatever considerable flow, it's going to be higher. That's 3,000 CFS. But when you get to these smaller ones, like the Pasquotank, we could call it Pasquotank Creek if we wanted, because the river flow is considerably less. 158 CFS when you click that versus 1.5 thousand CFS. And so it is a tenth of the flow rate. But when you get to the neck down portion where the bridge is there in takeoff, it's a portion higher, 175 CFS compared to 158. And so that's where the uptick is. When it pinches down and then starts heading out of that creek, that's something to keep an eye on if your area doesn't have considerable flow. Now, when you combine this stream flow portion of it with the wave impacts, and you can see it is all westerly wind today. But you can see the problem when you have a south wind, and the south wind is blowing straight into these creeks, and it's preventing that flow from actually flowing at its potential. That's where you can see, hey, it's weird, the water's swirling, or it feels like it's backing up and getting higher. It's because you have two different things. You have natural flows of rivers combating with big fishery wind that is impacting it. So these anglers are having to kind of match it all this week, and you can kind of see whether you're predicting your day of fishing, Tommy, or you're maybe figuring out what went wrong.
The Deep Dive app, huge this week. It works really well on unfamiliar bodies of water, and this one is super unfamiliar, and it's vast. The biggest key for me this week, two things. One is the wave impact feature. You pull that up, if you look at the sound right now, there are these giant red waves. Not only does it calculate the wind, it pulls that information from all like the B.A.S.S wind, like all the wind app, it pulls all that best information for wind. But it also, it forecasts and it predicts the waves, and it is spot on out there. So that's a huge deal. The wave impacts, that helps you determine which creek you're going to fish, which river you're going to fish, and how to get there safely to stay out of those 4 and 5 footers. But the bigger thing that helped me was the stream flow map. Stream flow map was huge because they're in a drought right now, right? I mean, this whole area of North Carolina, they're in a huge drought, so there's no real inflow of fresh water coming in these small feeder creeks. So that saltwater intrusion comes up these tributaries, and you got to know where the cleanest, freshest water is, and that's what the stream flow feature does for me. So looking at that, I thought this thing could be won either in the Pasquotank, which is on this side, real close to home, or the Chowan, which has a lot of fresh flow in it. The other one is the Roanoke, but that stream flow helped me really dial in the areas that I needed to spend most of my time in, and it's simple. I mean, that's your freshest water. So it literally shows you on the map like where to fish right now to escape that saltwater intrusion in this drought year. So that on top of wave impacts, I mean, obviously we're fishing back in the Pasquotank here, and the wave impacts and wind doesn't doesn't really affect me, but knowing which direction pushes that water in and out helps me, you know, pull up to this area at certain times when I think the current's, you know, ripping through. So we like taking it one step further using that app.
A lot of good information there.
Good stuff, and the drought is certainly, it affected Lake Murray, the Santee Cooper Lakes, but when you come somewhere like this where you have these rivers flowing in, you have the saltwater intrusion, then you have to pay attention. And we have been in a severe drought in the Carolinas and a lot of other places in the country this year.
Yeah, this part of the country.
When you see that saltwater intrusion, a lot of guys didn't see dolphins and stingrays last time they were here, you know, in April.
Right.
And all of a sudden,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden they're seeing it in practice. Like, was I here last year? I don't even know where we at.
1 year, what a difference. What a difference 2 months makes. We're here 2 months later, and that's big as well. Rolling up on midday here at the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Albemarle Sound. This is day number 2. We still got the full field out there shooting for 50 spots. It's semifinal Saturday. Take you out to Jay Shakura. Jay Shakura, took him a while to secure his limit.
Oh.
And
Shakura?
Well, that was unfortunate. But
now he's in the upgrade game.
Yeah, he upgraded a little bit about 15, 20 minutes ago.
6'11" from Brock Rinkemeyer.
Uh-oh. Yeah, got him. There we go. All right, it's a step in the right direction. I just missed it on the cast before that. That's got to be 4 something. Big old mouth on it. Yeah, 4.5. There we go. That'll work.
He's a little different than Kyle Patrick when he catches a 4.5 pounder, isn't he?
That's
That's about as excited as
those
you'll
are the
see,
two
Jay.
ends of the spectrum right there, I think, yeah. We love that. Takes all kinds.
Absolutely.
That's what makes it fun. Stetson Blaylock started the day in 6th place, slipped to 7th for a short period of time now. He's been steadily moving up that leaderboard.
Waiting on that big one. He's caught a lot of good, solid 2 to 3.25 pounders.
I know. Get in there. Yes. Got to get off this tree right here. It's a little bit better one. Oh gosh, you're so tough. It's kind of closer to what we're after right there. Just gotta keep fighting. All these fish are so healthy up here in this river.
Thinking the same thing. Talk about the drought and the salt water. These fish are beautiful.
Be still. I think we got us our first 4 pounder. Yep, 4.5.
Oh boy.
Hold still.
New leader.
Yeah.
New leader without what we would classify here as a big one.
A giant? No. That's. Well, he gets a giant, he's going to be trouble.
Yes, yes, he is.
He started 2 pounds back as Zaldain, and he's 3 pounds ahead of him on today's weight.
Put him on the big side. Hello. Hey, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere now.
Talking about a lot of these limits looking like Florida limits. Not with Stetson today. He's got a Lake Murray looking limit.
Yeah,
a lot
that's
a lot of 3 and 4 pounders.
And it all adds up to be the same, right?
Yep.
But it's the confidence that you have as an angler, maybe. Sometimes your confidence lower when you can't get a big bite and you're trying to figure out how to get a big bite. But oftentimes your confidence is waning when you're Kyle Norsetter and you have a 6'11", but you had 4 tiny ones. How do you duplicate that tomorrow? And so, the consistency that he has shown per fish for his 5-fish limit gives us confidence that we can trust him to do this tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah. You just want to get more than 6 or 7 bites. Jason Christie said he caught 6 yesterday. Had the weight he had, but you've got to be worried when you're only getting 6 bites.
Yeah, that's a stress factor when you got a 5 and a 1.5 pounder for 4 hours without a fish. That's that wears on you.
Especially when you already have just half a day compared to it.
And I preach all the time, you can catch 22 pounders and your biggest 5 is going to weigh 10 pounds. So you don't get caught up in numbers, but still as an angler, you feel a lot better about the whole tournament if you're getting 10 bites a day versus 6.
Blaylock now has 15 pounds, 8 ounces. He's about 13 ounces ahead of Zaldain and Shryock.
One tree and then we're moving.
He's doing his Chris Johnston impression right here. He's pulling up for one tree, Tommy.
One
I was about to mention that's a really good sign to see him catch a good one and leave and go run right to another. Something that, when you can call your shots, like he's pulling up on this one tree that's out a little farther off the bank than others.
A little far off the bank. I don't think they're going to be that far.
He's learning it every moment, every catch. He's learning more. He just now says he doesn't have confidence in it, maybe because it's too deep.
Yeah, it's surprisingly, we've actually caught more fish today already than I caught yesterday total. And I lost a 3 or 4 pounder earlier, and then I just caught a 4.5 pounder, which is my best fish of the day. I mean, those are fine. I'm kind of shocked I haven't had one big opportunity yet, because this place is, in practice, I didn't get very many bites, but when I did, they were over 5 pounds for the most part. And I don't understand where those giants are, but it's been a good morning. I mean, with a short day, coming this far, it kind of makes you fish in a hurry, and being able to get a couple small keepers early and settle down. And I've been able to, cull 3 or 4 times already. We're just 2 bites away from staying inside the top 10, and that's right where you want to be. I'm in the best stretch of the river that I know of to do it. It's just a beautiful day. God is good. Need 1 or 2 big bites, and it'll be another success.
He really is in the in the driver's seat with the limit he has without a big one, and I'm going to say he's going to have that opportunity. Hopefully he puts it in the boat, but I think he is going to have a chance to catch a real big one.
Tommy, you have 5 or 6 creeks or rivers in play this week. A quarter of our field is in the river that he is in, but not nearly many anglers are near him in that river. He's got a section by himself.
Every shot we've had of him, he's been pretty much by himself.
Absolutely.
And working a big area, not a tiny little backwater duck-in place there. So Stetson Blaylock, yeah, looking fine right now. We're gonna take our break here, and Dave, Kyle, and all the rest coming up for halftime.
Here we are, live cast, and hanging out here in the cushy trailer, the Yamaha trailer. Got to thank Yamaha for being our impromptu host here this week. Kyle Jesse, had a little issue with our media trailer, and Yamaha stepped up and said, "I see your media trailer, and I rate you one much nicer." And it's been fun hanging out here. So got to thank them. What a week here, Pasquotank River, and the full field's still out there. 98 anglers in our field here this week. Going to cut it down to 50 after today, and this is the 7th stop of the 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Of course, the Maxam tires at Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River, and we are hanging out right there, El Palmero Sound, which doesn't look that big when you look at it on a map, but where you're comparing it to the ocean, so it is a very, very big body of water. But the good news is, felt a lot smaller this time around because everybody made the run today. It seems like if you wanted to run, you had the opportunity to run today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Some guys, obviously, yesterday opting not to run, now making that run.
How about your Bassmaster midday report? And let's kick things off with why don't you say what I'm trying to say? Own Jay Securet.
Yeah, coming into the day in 5th place. I feel like kind of quietly snuck inside the top 10 yesterday. Yesterday's weigh-in was seemed odd because a lot of guys early on were the guys that we saw at the top of the leaderboard. Chris Aldane weighing in very early. Jay Securet also weighing in very early. 23 pounds, 6 ounces on day number 1. So far, currently in 6th place today. 36.4 2-day total. One of those guys making a long run, not running to the Chowan, but certainly making a very, very long run. All you have to do is look at the map and realize it is not close to where we are at. If you guys going up there, obviously a time restraint. If you're spending almost 2 hours running, that's going to cut your day nearly in half when you make it up there and making it back. But obviously making it work so far here, utilizing a urchin-style bait a good bit, and having some fun out there, Jay Shakir.
I'll try to be better this time. How about Ava, Missouri's Cody Huff?
Cody Huff coming into today in 6th place, nearly tied with Jay Shakir, 23-1. Obviously having a good day here, getting a lot of bites. Another one of those guys using an urchin-style bait. Something we didn't see nearly as much yesterday. We suspected we would see plenty of it here this week, Pasquotank River. Currently 4th place, 36.5. Having a good day so far, and certainly needs to get a couple more big bites if he wants to stay inside the top 10 for the rest of the day, because as we know, Dave Mercer, every day at weigh-in is going to have some surprises, and I think we're going to see some big jumps on the leaderboard today. Obviously, some of the weights yesterday not super, below the cut line, it was not super impressive. It fell off quick, 11 pounds of change inside the cut, just on the outside. See guys like JT Tompkins making a big move today. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, so we have a couple more big bites.
Well, we are 5 days into competition here at the Pasquotank River, if you include last year's event, an event that everybody talks about, giant runs. And this guy has not done that, and none of our tournament leaders to this point have done it. Obviously, Kyle Welcher led all 4 days last time, Chris Aldane leading this time, and it turns out maybe you need to lead this event.
Yeah, that's certainly been the case so far for Chris Aldane, currently sitting inside or 2nd place, obviously your day 1 leader. All this talk about running. Coming into this event, there were so many guys that said all those guys that were going to be able to get to the Chowan are going to be the guys to beat, with Chris Aldane doing what he does best, utilizing a big swim bait, the Zalandra swim bait from Bass Mafia, obviously putting that to use. Obviously, gave one to Kyle Patrick yesterday, gave a couple of them, and good day for Kyle Patrick as well. It's been a lot of fun. Anytime you get to see Chris Aldane on live, it is a blast. Obviously, one of the best teachers and explainers there is, telling us how he's doing it, and looking forward to seeing him do it this afternoon.
You're pretty good. Series champion. Took a win just a few years ago, and in the mix here again this week.
Currently sitting inside first place, 41-4 two-day total. Has 17-12 today. Looking at his bag, still has a couple 2-pounders, 2-12s in the live well. Got a couple 4.5s around the 11 o'clock window. Pretty close to where we're at right now. So, Eric Robertson, going to be in here today, told us yesterday that some of these areas have very distinct bite windows, and we heard Chris Zaldain talk about it. 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock, obviously not making a long run. Stetson Blaylock, one of those anglers that is making a long run and experiencing one of those bite windows right now. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he can do, this hour and on to the afternoon.
Well, that'll look at some of the action from the water, but let's have a look at our updated leaderboard and how it sits right now. As we approach noon on day number 2, a brand new leader. Chris Zaldain has slipped to second, but Stetson Blaylock takes the lead with 41 pounds, 4 ounces. Zaldain has moved to second place and is in a two-way tie with Hunter Stryock in second and third, or I guess in second. Right behind him, Cody Huff, Kyle Patrick, Jay Shakurit, Paul Marks, Drew Cook, Jason Christie, and Cole Sands. And the gang in the studio was talking about it. Wow, what a difference a few events makes. Jason Christie was in the low 80s in Angler of the Year. As of yesterday, he's in 10th place for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. You can turn things around in a hurry if you catch him like Jason Christie.
No doubt about it. And Dave Mercer, I got to give you a little bit of credit. You early on in the season, 2 events in, you said you got to look at a guy like Jason Christie. When you look at the schedule, the places we're going to go, obviously really made a big stride there at the 10 Tom with his win, and then Arkansas River with another top 10, and continued that momentum here. It's going to be fun to see what he does this afternoon because he's not getting a lot of bites, but every time he swings the rod, it's a good one.
Let's get out in the water right now with a 6-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier and your unofficial leader in this event, Stetson Blaylock.
Tricked another one.
Leader of porpoise.
Yesterday, that tree had a bunch on it. That one ran off the tree to get it. That's a good sign. That's another 4.5 pounder. This is fun. Yeah, we'll get a little excited on that one. Gotta reserve some of my energy though. Oh, he ain't big as I thought. Yeah, he is 4.5. Blue. Yes.
Stetson Blaylock extending his lead.
Cool.
Starting off the season with a good finish at Gunnersville. And it seems like anytime we get to one of these, and it's weird to explain this fishery, the home of a body of water that set the all-time record for the biggest win margin, as kind of a grindy kind of fishery. But that seems to be the way it's fishing. I mean, it's a grindy type fishery, but you can catch a couple of bass that weigh in, a couple of 6-pounders. Like, it's got giants, but he seems to do well in these type of events.
Yeah, no doubt. You look back to was 2019 with his win at the Winyah Bay. Obviously, very good on these grinder-style fisheries, and interesting to hear him say right there he didn't want to use up too much of his energy. Dave, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's very, very warm outside.
It is.
So it's going to be a challenge for these guys. Like I don't know that that's been talked about enough as how much of a mental challenge it is out there on the water when it's this warm. Obviously you look where he's at. It does not appear that there's much of a breeze. So
No, not at all.
It's a grinder in more ways than one.
Yes. Notice Hamner had a portable fan. I don't know whether that makes him soft or smart.
One to bite, but we're gonna try.
I'll go with smart.
I'm with you.
trying to get him excited on stage yesterday. He was
Well,
very
we're just
quickly to
way
caution
up
me
this
today. It's
river.
just one day in.
And I'm just looking for little irregularities, deadfall trees, you know, stumps that are out here, these cypress trees that are out by themselves, like singles. And it's very slow, and it's very frustrating at how slow it is, but it seems like you keep doing it long enough and eventually you'll get a good one. It's just one here, one there, and you'll go a while without a bite. And then it's like earlier, I just had kind of a flurry there, 2 good ones back to back. And the only difference in yesterday and today is yesterday they were 6-pounders and today they're 4-pounders, but I'm not complaining. It's just, I know eventually I'm gonna throw this thing in front of a 6-pounder. Just gotta get him in the boat. It's perfect though. It's bright bluebird skies, no wind whatsoever. So it's positioning those fish in the shades of these trees and on those lay downs and things like that. And that's what it's all about, just being able to make enough casts and presentations to get it in front of hungry ones, because eventually they'll bite. I mean, I've had way more bites today than I did yesterday, which is good in a sense, but it's also kind of scary in a sense because of, you know, if they're biting for me, they're probably biting for everybody, but we're just a couple big bites away from having a really nice bag. We've got the quality filters in there for sure. It's no secret what
You hear that voice? That is a voice of a veteran that has been through these tough tournaments before. He cautioned me on stage yesterday to say it's just one day in, and you can hear him talking through that, because being mentally locked in these conditions is tough. I mean, that heat, what it does is it distracts you, makes you want to think about other things. Trust me, I went in a lot of places on stage yesterday, which with what I was doing, but we're back with you who knows what they're talking about. We're doing Eric Robinson. Bassmaster Livecast back in your life, and happy to be here for the 7th stop of the 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite, and our set continues to grow, and well, we just gained a whole bunch of knowledge. Eric Robinson did a great job yesterday, and unlike me and Kyle on our first day in the job, you were actually called back, and you did such a good job. But it's been a fun tournament to follow. Great coverage, live coverage presented by Garmin. Got to thank them. But Eric, as a local expert, somebody who knows this water intimately, what stands out to you today?
Well, I like what I'm seeing today as far as light and how it started earlier today. I think if you were following Bass
I just caught two really good fish. One
there
was just over 4.5, and another
but
one just under 3.5, like a 3 1/4. So we're trending in the right direction currently. That's all it takes is 2 back-to-back bites. There's a little one. And yeah, we're at least starting to get some bites now. I think things will start to pick up with the sun coming out, and getting in these shade pockets and stuff is kind of the key, I think, to catching those better than average ones. In the morning, they just kind of meander wherever they want, and then later in the day, you can see like these little shade lines around these cypress trees and stuff. So I'm staying positive. We got, let's see, about 3 hours left to fish. So more than plenty of time to realistically put 3 more in the boat is kind of my plan. 3 more of those 3+ pound class fish, and you know, get close to 20 pounds and head back to the scales is kind of the plan. And you never know, I could stumble into one of those 7-pounders, but that's just going to be to be told. I mean, there's a lot of quality fish where I'm fishing, like that 3 to 4 pound class. Not as many 7-pounders. So to get one of those yesterday I was pretty fortunate to get one of those. But anyways, we're gonna keep after it, keep fishing these shade lines, and hopefully get 3 more nice ones.
Shade line's an important part of bass fishing. Justin Hamner doing a great job of showing us how a shade line works. A bass like to sit in that shade right in the line there, and that's what he's doing. I think we're learning how smart he is. Got a portable fan and found himself a shade line.
Even changed the angle of the fan. That might be the move of the day right there.
See, and sometimes they'll tuck right under that shade there. I mean, they're not always right at the edge. Sometimes they get a little deeper, further in, and boy, he makes me feel good. Look at all the apparatuses he has to stay cool. As a portly Canadian, I feel like I'm the only one sweating here, but it's good to see somebody from Alabama dealing with these temperatures. Eric, our cut weight after day number 1, an ounce short of 12 pounds. Where do you think we'll be after today? Will that double? Will that gain some weight with a little more running time? Where are you?
Yeah, I really think you're going to see the weights go up today. The guys are making great adjustments. There's a lot more places that are showing out. So I think more of the field is going to make some moves today, and that cut weight is definitely going to go up. I think starting the day out, there was 11 bags over 20 pounds yesterday. So pretty good showing of the river systems as a whole. So definitely think that'll be going up today because the guys seem to be catching them earlier today.
This is definitely the term being thrown around, and I love hearing it because it was a Trip Weldon term you'd hear a lot. We've got the haves and the have-nots, and that was definitely the story yesterday. Is that generally how tournaments are here? Your leader, it's top heavy, and then the lower half of the field kind of struggles?
Yes, absolutely. And there's kind of a running thing amongst the locals, especially with the Chowan River, that they don't bite there 2 days in a row, because you have the greatest practice on Friday you've ever had for a single day tournament and Saturday not be there. So the guys that stick to the game plan and go back there today, and it didn't really do a whole lot yesterday, I could see it turning around today, and they really weighing in some good bags from over there today.
That is certainly one of the cool things about this tournament, compared especially to the next 2 places we're going to go. You can reasonably be, you could be one of the 3 anglers that didn't bring in a fish yesterday and still make the cut today, no problem. Just based on the fact that we know how many 20-pound bags we saw yesterday. We know they're in here. Seeing guys like JT Tompkins make that move today, it can really happen to anybody in the field today. And I'm super excited to see, by the time weighing rolls around, who those guys are going to be.
Yeah, he was 91st yesterday, right?
24 pounds today.
Yeah, this is going to be key with all of our end of the year titles, whether you're trying to win Angler of the Year, whether you're trying to win Rookie of the Year, whether you're trying to qualify for the Classic, whether you're trying to re-qualify. Sure. This is a big week for moving because come next tournament, Lake Champlain, if you're in 91st after day number 1, it's going to be awfully hard to climb. You can have a monster bag, and that climb is not going to be near as extreme. You may climb up maybe into the cut.
Sure.
Potentially, but JT Tompkins went from 91st, and now if he keeps catching them like that, he'll be fishing on Sunday.
100%.
No way. I was about to say another word, but no way in the world you're going to do that on Champlain or Thousand Islands.
Absolutely not.
Just because you don't have the variance of guys not catching them. Mm-hmm. Everybody seems to catch them.
Just trying to take them.
You go to Champlain and Thousand Islands and catch them and not make the cut. We see that routinely. 19 pounds isn't catching them.
And the upper end bags, like the upper end potential there's only so much higher you can go than the rest of the field. It's very difficult to go to Champlain and catch a bag that's, 5+ pounds bigger than the rest of the field. I mean, here you can do that. You can catch a 30+ pound bag. Matter of fact, we better start seeing that because there was a lot of guys predicting that before this tournament. We need to see a 30-pound bag.
We do, and I think we can today.
Boy, that white tournament jersey seemed smart in this weather.
All right, we got to keep moving.
How's Jordan Lee doing? I know he weighed in 8 pounds yesterday, and then his first fish today was an 8-pounder.
Yeah, he has 17 pounds.
Aggressive one that wants to play.
Did see that. 17 pounds up into 26th place.
Wow.
As you mentioned, certainly will change your day around when your first keeper of the morning is an 8-pounder.
Hey man, you around the house? Do you think I could talk you or Kira into going and getting some screws for me from Rob at the service yard and running them up here to this ramp I'm at? Yeah, Rob. He's in like the Bass Pro tent trailer. He's gonna have some ready for you. Ask him if you can get those screws and a drill, and I'll send you a pin to where I'm at up here. And you just call me when you're 15 minutes away, and I'll run back up here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Slight malfunction.
Screws will get loose in this part of the world. I mean, you'll have some screws back in the service crew working very late last night.
So I figured some of the guys made some adjustments. Because last year Matt Robertson lost his and he had those rubber grommets in it. I figured they put some fender washers and some lock nuts on them this year.
Yeah, Ike Nelly lost trolling motor yesterday.
I think he lost his whole bump brake last year and was sitting on it riding back.
Hey, this Buddy Waters gets that award. I mean, I will tell you, we've been a lot of places. The next two places we go are rough and are famously rough. We've never been to a place where I've heard as many people just in casual conversation, not asking them, just in casual conversation, just randomly say, roughest boat ride of my life. Like the waves here on the Great Lakes are a little wider. You can ride them a little better. Why are they so ornery here?
They just pack up so tight together that you can't get in a trough. It's coming from everywhere despite where the wind is blowing.
For leaderboard, Stetson Blaylock, 41 pounds, 4 ounces. Lots more action still to come from the Pasquotank River. Carolina, that's where we are hanging out here this week. And what a great part of the world to spend for the 7th stop of the 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Got to thank Visit Elizabeth City and all the fine folks that brought us back here for the second year in a row. And you would have thought after the last time, such an incredible experience that it couldn't get better. But the crowd here, so incredible. Day after day, giant crowds. And it isn't even the weekend yet. Yeah. I mean, what a Thursday crowd we had yesterday. Another great Friday morning takeoff crowd. Going to be giant crowds and a great place to spend the weekend. And we thank everybody that's come here to be part of this, the Maxam Tires Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River. Trying to cut it down to 50 anglers.
Perfect tree. See how it's got that
Now Stetson Blaylock, Chris Zaldane, Cody Huff, and Jay Shakira.
That's like a canopy right there. And they sit right under the edge of that. They don't sit on the bottom, or they're not right now. They're sitting up under that stuff because this bait's falling so slow. They come out from under there and eat it. Do need another bite though. It's funny how they come in spurts.
Seen that with a few anglers here today. Cody Huff got into an area, he had back-to-back bites, and the bite windows we were talking about yesterday.
That, and on some of those cypresses, they get specific trees can actually hold 2 or 3 fish, and a lot of times these fish are clustered up into pods, and when you get that bite, you need to really just slow down and pick that area apart, because these fish do hang in clusters, it does seem.
Eric, as we watch this 4-box right now, we know that at least 3 different entirely different areas amongst all 4 of these anglers. Something you and I were talking about before we got on live was that the bait fish and the forage in a lot of these areas is completely different. Kind of break that down for us.
Yeah, so around these bridges, of course, the menhaden are there, the heron, some shad, but the farther west you get more of a crawdad type bite, like Roanoke Riverside and it mixes amongst the chowan. You can certainly do some pitching and flipping on the chowan, but also a glide, or of course the urchin bait's been very popular. We don't really know what that mimics, but they must like the way that it looks. The good thing about here is it plays to a lot of different anglers' strengths, and pretty much anybody in the field can find a place here that fits them if they're able to locate it.
Yeah, we've seen everything from flipping to drop shot to you name it.
Big swim baits, urchin bait, batter baits. I mean, literally just about everything.
Yep, and because of the run, we're not getting to see it, but there's a lot of these points, these stumpy points, that first thing in the morning on that morning bite, a big top water can come into play. So a lot of times it makes you think of like Lee Livesey and things that he does on fork and all of that it resembles.
That's one of the coolest things about the Elite Series to me, watching how people apply things that they learned in other parts of the country and they bring it. Zaldain talked about a lot of what he's doing here and how he's kind of reading the water is stuff he learned from the California Delta.
Right. And of course, as an amateur fisherman here, we're applying things that the pros are doing in different areas and building off of that here, how it can apply, because this place fishes, especially in the spawn, a lot like even Florida does. It's kind of feast or famine. It might be small ones, and then all of a sudden you get in an area that's just loaded with big fish, and they bite in that bite window the same type of way that way.
So off camera we were talking, you shocked we haven't seen a 9? You shocked we haven't seen a 30? You're going to see them both by the time this thing's done?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I was saying, it seems like I've been fishing the Chowan quite a bit lately. There are a lot of 6 3/4 pound fish up there. It's almost like you catch more in the 6 to 7 range than the 5 range. Seeing quite a few 8s. Of course, a 9-pound bass is a different breed, but there'll definitely be 1 or 2 weighed, I feel like. And where is bass right now with big fish of the year as far as
9:15, wasn't it?
Yeah. Kyle Norsetter.
Kyle Norsetter.
That'll be a tough one to top. But I'd like to see it.
He would not. He would not. unless it's his.
I talked to him on day 1 takeoff, and he was that was one of his main concerns, is that was going to be broken here.
If he gets through this one, you got to imagine Champlain. I mean, if it happens in Champlain or St. Lawrence River, I mean,
it's going to be a story.
Yeah.
Big ones follow my stuff out like yesterday.
It can certainly happen here. The largest fish I've seen weighed here in the tournament was over 12.
I haven't seen that at all.
4-box giving you a pretty good idea that bridges matter in this event. Will that bite continue through this event?
I think in bridges, it definitely will. I've noticed that, say, like with the trussel and some of the smaller ones, there's multiple anglers fishing those. But, you know, 2 main anglers fishing these larger bridges, and it being attached to the larger body of water, it could definitely reload, you know, overnight for sure.
One fish on it, probably a gar, but too late.
Brand new unofficial angler of the year as of yesterday, Cole Sands, took over Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title. If he'd pull that off, he'd be the first master mandolin player and angler of the year in Bassmaster history, I believe.
Okay.
And I'm glad to see him showcasing the Roanoke a little bit. He's one of the anglers over on that side. It hasn't played as much just because of the low water levels. That's a very current-driven area. But
I've been throwing about a
I'm glad to see that there's some anglers over there using that. That's my home river, so
I'm fishing it
that's where
anywhere
I grew
from 1
up
to 3
fishing.
feet, but I'm going down to about an 1/8 ounce because this particular spot here, they're biting in like 6 inches of water, suspended over 30, in these tiny little shade pockets, like super tiny shade pockets. Not only that, but these slats, there's these horizontal slats, and there's only about an 18-inch gap. The casting gap is only about, I don't know, 8 inches, but you only have about 18 inches of gap to work with because you cast up underneath it, and you can't let it fall too far, otherwise you're going to be on those slats underneath the water there. So you got to keep it in that 18-inch gap and just swim it out. And the lighter the swim bait, the more you could just kind of keep it in that zone. You don't have to move it too quick, otherwise it'll fall too fast. But you just want it wiggling in that 18 inches.
Zaldane is a master at a technical end of the sport.
Absolutely.
The first bass cam I ever made with him 15 years ago, I remember that was literally the topic. I was watching him fish a frog and how proficient he was at hitting the most minute, tiny details. And it's weird, a bait like a swim bait is one of those baits that people sometimes don't think about the precision that you need. But if you're going to do what he's doing, it pays off, obviously.
We've talked a lot about the pressure, obviously, that these areas are getting. Those little small details are what's going to, potentially help him outperform the rest of the guys fishing in this area.
I think he's going to milk that spot for a little while because he's in the shade. He's enjoying the shade. There's a look at your leaderboard. Zaldane has slipped to second place, but a lot of fishing time ahead. Key bite windows this afternoon. We're giving fireworks, Eric, this afternoon.
I do believe wind to keep things going, a little bit of water moving. It'll definitely keep going throughout the day, I feel like.
So what he's saying is don't go anywhere. Lots more to come. Moving day on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You got to move inside the top 50, and that'll all be decided this afternoon at our weigh-in, 3 p.m. Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. And as you see right there, Yeti hot seat. Firmly in that seat right now is Stetson Blaylock, trying to chase down his second Elite Series title. It's going to be a fun weigh-in this afternoon. 98 anglers. But after today, only 50 will move on to semifinal Saturday. And of course, the top 10 will fish championship Sunday. And we were talking earlier, you think double the cut weight to 24 pounds, but it's going to be more than that. It's going to go up.
Definitely going to go up with the with the cut weights. I mean, if it's 11 pounds now, you would think that would creep right on up there, you know, closer to 14 or something along those lines. With what they're doing today, we're definitely seeing other anglers contribute to moving up the leaderboard.
This is a look at what your tournament leader has been doing earlier today. Off to a good start, Stetson Blaylock. Total weight of 41 pounds, 4 ounces, but today, 72 pounds, 14 ounces. Backing up a good day yesterday, obviously, and got him in a great spot in this tournament. The best spot, as a matter of fact, the lead.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Obviously, something we've talked about here the last couple of segments as well is when you get in those right areas, it can happen fast. We saw him catch 2 4.5 pounders, basically back to back, and you know, you heard him break it down earlier. You know, you get in these right stretches and the right timing, and things happen quick. But obviously, there's the flip side to that. You can obviously go a little bit of time and not catch many, but been doing it as well as anybody today.
I'm glad someone is.
Get out in the water live. Beautiful day for a little kayaking.
How's it going? Good.
Laying through.
Got him an old red fin tied on there.
Leisurely day, and not shocking because he's hanging out with Justin Hamner, who been doing everything to make his day leisurely. Got his portable fan up on the front deck, got a cooling towel around his neck. Hamner keying in on bridges. Is that kind of what he's been doing all week, right?
Yeah, seemingly so. Today on live, that was his main game plan. Went up there, it was a little bit slower. We've seen him do a few other things, threw a frog around a little bit, but back to the bridges now. Davey Hype made the comment this morning. I mean, it shows you how much things change on this body of water as well, because yesterday it seemed to happen really quick for him, and today been a little bit more of a struggle. Just 3 keepers in the boat so far.
Let's have a look at our top 50 anglers, because that's what this is all about. After today, only 50 will remain, and obviously, our top 10 right there. Stetson Blaylock top that leaderboard. Your new Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader in 10th place, Cole Sands. Would love to make another top 10 here this year. But that's your top 10, and let's dig a little deeper. You see deeper in that list, Pat Schlopper having a better day today. He's moved up to 13th place. Sam Hangy having another great event. List goes on and on. Brandon Lester having a big day again today. He's moved. Let's get a little deeper. Trey McKinney in 25th place, and that's going to be key for him as he tries to chase down that Angler of the Year title he so desperately wants. Twice he has been second, and we look through this list here. Anybody stand out as kind of a sleeper? You've been watching what they're doing, Eric. Who do we got to watch?
Oh, I'm going to have to say you're going to have to watch Jason Christie, because he's kind of in an area that he is by himself, and he's not getting many bites, but when he gets a bite, it's a good one. I really think he could capitalize on the day and be right up there at the top.
Look at there, 50th place, proving the thrill of victory and the agony of angling. At 45 pounds he won this tournament by, but in 50th place right now, your defending champion, Kyle Welcher. Let's hope he gets cut. Don't go anywhere. More action to come from the studio.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Let's put you on into the last 3 hours of competition on day 2 at the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite here at the Pasquotank River at Albemarle Sound in North Carolina. Thanks so much to Dave and Kyle and Eric providing all the great on-site live cast coverage for us there for the last hour there. Their valuable insights mean a whole lot as we try to decipher what's going on out there. On a very important day, you got to be in the top 50. You got to make the 50 cut if you want to go into the weekend. That 50 cut right now stands around 20 pounds, which sounds about right. It was about 12 to finish yesterday, and we've got 3 hours left of fishing today, so I think we're sort of right on track with that right now. But You want to be on the top part of the list, not the bottom part
Yeah.
of the list. when we arrive at that moment of truth there at the weigh-in, which is coming up at 3 Eastern Time. I will give you the first heads up on that. Take you out to, there he is, our leader, Stetson Blaylock. Stetson Blaylock having a good, solid day combined with a great day yesterday.
Which is very hard to do. We've seen some anglers have a tough day yesterday and a good day today, and vice versa.
Man, everything's far from settled.
I truly don't know an angler who's had 2 good days back to back other than Kyle Welcher over the first 6 days of us ever fishing here, right? Like
that's right.
Guys had to finish 2nd, 3rd, and 4th last year, but that doesn't mean they did great.
No.
Well, with the bridges being such a big player, Brandon Lesser just jumps out at me. The tough day he had yesterday. Today, he's at a bridge. I'm sure he practiced there because he caught a lot of his fish last year.
At that bridge.
At that bridge. So it's just, you wonder how in the world did he not catch him yesterday, because what he did last year and what he's done today. But it just shows how it's difficult to be consistent here.
Get a little AOY news. Trey McKinney with a 5.5 pounder. He's up to 16.8. He's from 34th to 14th, and he has overtaken Cole Sands by about 5 points for the AOY lead.
Wow.
It's still fluid, of course.
Oh, yes.
McKinney was 3rd here last year. He had a couple nice days.
Yeah.
And I heard rumor that he had a really good practice here this year. It just, there again, it's tough to be consistent here. So many uncontrollable variables.
And Corey is not on Bass Track today, Corey Johnston. So he could be having a good day as well.
We'll need it, right? There's everybody else in the top 5 or 7 in AOY is inside the cut after yesterday. The Cooks and the Sands and the McKinneys, but Johnston and Eber, it's one thing if you have a bad event. It's one thing if you have a bad event when everyone else has a good event. You're just going to lose so many points this week if you don't make this cut.
And you say when everybody else has a good event. It's obviously you're talking about the ones in contention for whatever you're battling
when
for.
You're in a, when it's a 2-horse race and one has a bad event at Murray, now there's a big lead.
Yeah.
And then the other one has a bad event at Santee. Now it's all kind of tied, and there's 4 or 5 close. Now if you have a bad event, the pack's pulling away from you. Yeah. You're not giving leeway to the pack. Now the pack pulls away from you.
Yeah, we don't have Eber on Bass Track today, but he was 82nd yesterday and really kind of fell down out of the top 3.
You know, with that long left, I'm just planning on continuing to just throw it as much isolated cover as I can. I feel like that's my best odds of catching a big one. That's got one on me now. That's how I caught both my big ones yesterday. And hopefully, I mean, just one big one would go a long ways for us. I'd really like to get up to that, you know, at least that 17-pound mark. Just got to get us one big hog.
And Tyler Williams just did that with a 6.5 pounder. He's up to 17 pounds, 1 ounce, 9th place.
Oh, I mean, I know they're up here. I've caught a 5-pounder just right up there yesterday. So I know there's definitely more than just him up here. They're just hard. They're hard to get around on this place for one, but for two, even when you're around them, I mean, there's not crazy numbers of them. So you really got to pick everything apart, and with it be getting, you know, hot and sun shining like it is, you know, it really ought to put them where we can at least find them, because they're going to be laying in the shade somewhere. Whether that's under one of these logs or that's up underneath one of those cypress limbs, they're going to be in the shade. So that's kind of our deal. We're just we're going to focus on running the shade from, you know, no matter what's making it, whether it's logs, laydowns, or overhangs, and just hope we throw this thing in front of a great big one.
Cody with unofficially about 13 pounds, 4 ounces today. Tacked onto his really good, stellar day yesterday.
Hey, Blake Capps is having a day. He's caught about 15 pounds in the last 20, 30 minutes, a 6-0 and a couple 4.5 pounders from the 70s to 25th with 19.5.
It's a hard thing to do sometimes, yet I guess it could also be the most freeing when you make a long run and you do not catch them. Your decision's either really easy, I'm gonna stay close and just punt, or the only thing I have is to go again. I gotta go back, you know, and we're seeing those guys take that risk and make that jump.
Oh, how do I think the rest of the day is? Well, we got a little over 2 hours to fish. Man, I don't know exactly how it's gonna go, to be honest with you. I hope to get 3 more bites. That's it. They could come quick. They could come like bang, bang in the matter of 15 minutes, or it could be one every, 45 minutes here. So we're gonna have to just keep presenting our bait in the correct location, and hopefully one of those times, and hopefully 3 of those times, we get a pull back and we can reel them to the boat. That's kind of the plan. I don't know, it's kind of gotten slow since I caught those 2. I'm thinking about maybe heading back up in the direction that I did catch the 2, at least in that general area. It feels like when I get farther down the river here, I get way less bites. I mean, you maybe get like 2 in like 3 hours, but they're both big ones. That's kind of what happened yesterday. I came down here, I caught that 7. In practice, it was kind of the same. You'd only get 1 bite, but it would be a giant one. So we'll see what happens the rest of the day, but that'll be all.
Davey, in this latitude here, how long has it been since the last week of the
13
spawn?
pounds.
So since the height of the spawn, I should say.
Probably late March, early April.
Yeah, so good while.
Good while.
Yeah.
But we saw this at Santee Cooper Lakes and Murray, growing up, that general area, like I said, latitude, most of my life. There's always still a few fish.
I caught that 7.
Some years more than others, but some fish spawning in May. But very, very few, if any, by June 10th and beyond.
Yeah.
Just past Drew.
But the bait fish too. These bait fish coming in from the ocean, the Manhattan and that sort of thing, they're migrating, and so them being the best available food for these fish, that comes and goes with their spawn. A lot of these Manhattan, that sort of thing, I'm sure they're moving out. They're moving out after a long journey up a river to spawn.
3rd place, Chris Zaldane.
Yeah, so a little update here. It's only 12 o'clock. Wow, with this heat, it feels like it's about 4. We went from very little current all morning to literally I saw that one. It was like a 4-pounder. Went from very little current to 0 current. And there's 3 ingredients that you must have doing this swim bait thing on the Pasquotank right now. Current, which is most important. You gotta have bait, second important, and 3 is shade. And we lost our most important thing, is current. There's still a ton of bait here, but it's out off of the pilings. That one actually, that was a nice little skip cast in that shade right there. And what very little current there is, it's just barely sweeping across that right there. But like I said this morning, just recognizing you know, those little spots and those little bite windows. I mean, and the fact that it's just slick calm, dude. I mean, that one barely got it. I mean, it smoked it, but I just barely hooked it. They're not like biting. Fortunate to have what I have in the live well with the conditions we got. And I think I'm gonna make an adjustment and just go fish just regular docks out in the main Pasquotank there. Because it's not current dependent, and this stuff absolutely is. So we're just gonna keep checking them. I mean, once we start to see the current, I mean, you'll smoke. I mean, absolutely smoke them. But without that, we're just gonna have to try some other stuff.
Like we were saying this morning, you just learn more and more as you watch these anglers and decisions they make and when they're catching them and when they're not. And he talked about the tide a lot this morning, and we've all kind of
dang it, man, that one barely got it.
Agree that this current is more about wind than the tide itself from the ocean. He just said, you know, very little current this morning and no current. We've had enough. They've been fishing for what?
Dude, it's so hot.
From 6:30 local time till noon.
So hot.
So 5.5 hours. Yeah. And if it was tidal, we would have seen a current change more than we've seen. Yeah. It's been all about the wind. And I really think that strong wind Wednesday night from the south really puts a lot of water during the night into these rivers, you know, facing to the south, being exposed with that. And that was a key to some of these places being really, really good yesterday morning, and not so much today.
Well, Chris Zaldain came out here, started his day with the lead.
2 pounds.
After day number 1, and didn't waste a whole lot of time getting started.
You can see why he was so dialed in, Davey, to give Kyle Patrick a different bridge in a different area of this place. That he had tried this pattern multiple areas, found that this was the best area for current, bait fish, all of that whole mixture, he said. But if that current doesn't uptick, he may need to go find and utilize a couple of those other places he practiced.
Yeah, the thing that's different about this fishery, though, I mean, obviously Chris Zaldain had the bridges dialed in, he had the bait dialed in. He probably got on this early in practice and probably fished every bridge, every railroad trestle within 70 miles of takeoff, and had decided, hey, I'm going to stay on these. And that sounds like a good plan, and it is for most places, but because we've seen the wind change which locations are good from one day to the next, somewhere that he thought Kyle Patrick, oh, you just go there and try this bait, it's not as good as these places, could turn out to be better depending on the weather and the wind direction.
Well, the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series still going strong, moving forward. August 2nd's got a big tournament coming up on the Susquehanna River, Bloomsburg, PA. So if you're interested in that, or you'd like to get involved in tournament bass fishing at that level, something super fun like the Kayak Series, hit the QR code and register today. The 2026 Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite from the Pasquotank River in Albemarle Sound is sponsored by Mercury, by Skeeter Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops. Great to have you with us here on this very important second day of the tournament. You know what today's all about, full field fishing for 50 spots. We look down there in spot number 10, Jason Christie, who's already won this year on the Tin Tom Waterway in Mississippi. And up on top there is Stetson Blaylock. Both of these anglers right now sitting pretty well positioned to make it to the Classic, and they've got all the reason in the world to want to get to Lake Hartwell. Jason Christie, of course, is going to be, Jason Christie now moved just out of the top 10. He's the defending champ from 22. Stetson Blaylock was 3rd place in 22. And plus, as you pointed out earlier today, Davey, he also got a 3rd place. No, he was 3rd place in that Classic, 2nd place in 2019.
I really thought he had it won. I remember he caught one really late on the way in that I thought had won it for him.
And then we know his 2019 second place to Brandon Cobb was the Popar. Remember when we had He had the top water bites in the backs of the pockets, and so he's done it multiple ways to success at that time of year, March, April, which he's been proven to be one of the best spawn, pre-spawn transition anglers.
Rivers, cypress trees,
whatever
lakes,
recipes,
vegetation, wood.
Manhattan or whatever they're doing online.
Manhattan.
No, oh, sorry. Manhattan are the bait fish. Manhattan are the people online. That's right.
No, wait, no.
Want water?
And Christy getting a little more time than he expected to have today just because of the ease of travel. The other side of that is the lack of wind. So, got to pay for it somehow.
Yeah, it's definitely changed where he's at. It was a nice little, 5 to maybe even 10 mile an hour breeze this morning, and it is slick as glass there where he's at now. Local time, just a little after noon, and some of these anglers, a fair amount of them, said they wanted the sun to be high in the sky to make that shade line smaller.
I'm going to stay as long as I can here and run trees. I mean, that's the bread and butter of what I've gotten bit on. I don't feel like it's a good thing to change when I'm just looking for a 6-pound bite, and I've had a couple of them the last couple days. I do have a short day today. I got an hour and a half less fishing time than I did yesterday, which is okay. It's just, man, it's been tough as the day gets up for me, and the same today. I don't know why there's not more big ones around these trees, or not getting them to bite if they are there. We're gonna put our time in the last little bit we have, and still just needing that one bite. Hopefully we get it. If we don't, we still had a solid day. I mean, top 20 weight yesterday with what we have today. So, I mean, I feel like we're still going to be in a good spot. We may not be in the top 10, but still be in a good spot. It's hard to know what to do as each day passes because I've gotten more bites today, but the quality hasn't been the same. I know there's big ones in here, but it's like, what do? Do you keep coming back and doing this again just to hope to catch 5 more, or do you do something else? So there's a lot of decisions that have to be made before tomorrow, but feels good to make the top 50 cut. Feels good to have another good stringer after a tough practice. Make a few fish bite, and it's been a good week so far.
To mean anything if I say 7Z? Pat Schlopper, 7-pounder, he's up to 24.2, started 53rd. He's 8th place right now.
Oh, man.
And Jordan Lee also has joined those on Bass Track above 20 pounds. He's the 4th.
4th above 20?
With Schlapper, Lester, and JT Tompkins.
Where did you say Schlapper moved to? He's an 8th, you said?
It says 8th on my Bass Track.
So if he gains 40 points unofficially, because yesterday he had fallen maybe, or maybe risen, but I'm assuming in the 50s in the tournament, he would have fallen to 38th in points. He gains another 40 or so today unofficially. That point total for him gets him up into the mid-20s in AOI. And so being able to do that, not only, we normally see those day 3 where you're in the 40s and you finish in the, make the top 10, or you're in the 40s and you finish 12th. But for him to do that today and then maybe have a shot to move up and stay in the top 10 tomorrow will be big.
And Bass Track has him at 27th right now. Of course, we're missing a few guys on Bass Track, though, that could move things around.
Tough.
Brandon Cobb fans, he just caught a 5.15. He's up to 19th place with almost 18 pounds.
Well, he's had a solid year.
He has.
He'll be 4th in AOI if he stays there.
Certainly one that does not want to miss the Clay Cartwheel
If I
Classic.
didn't have any fish, I'd push it, but I feel like I got to leave early enough to not have to kill ourselves to get back. I want to give myself 2 hours. I know it's not going to take 2 hours, but I do have to get gas, so I am going to have a little extra time. Uh-oh, there comes some breeze too.
You mentioned having to get gas when we make these long runs at limited places to get gas. You have to decide whether you want to get it in the morning to have it done with or wait until the afternoon. Oftentimes the line's not as long in the afternoon, but you're dealing with uncertainties about whether there would be. And I've seen crazy things happen, like they run out of gas because they're not accustomed to having 40 bass boats pull up to their dock every day.
I didn't even think about that, yeah.
There's a lot of things that could come into play with waiting until the afternoon. Wanting to get to your fishing location first, there's pros and cons both ways.
Jason Christie had gotten his gas by the time he got set up this morning. So
to me, that always gave you the ease of mind that you've got it over with. But a lot of it depends on how much fishing pressure you have around you. Do you need to beat those guys there? And didn't seem to be the case with Jason Christie. Not many people.
One good thing, it can settle you down. Getting gas breaks that 2-hour drive up, so you're not so shaky when you get to your spot.
Yeah. It's been a great day for Stetson Blaylock. Of course, he had a big day on day number 1.
He's been our most consistent angler so far. Day 1 and day 2, Stetson Blaylock.
He's been what passes for a numbers guy on this particular body of water in this condition.
Yeah, making a long run, Stetson Blaylock. We won't get into exactly which river or where he's at, but he's gone farther than a lot of the other anglers. Let's just put it that way. A lot of good numbers of fish today. I think he's probably caught about 12 bass, which is, when you hear Jason Christie saying he caught 6 yesterday and not even 5 yet today, the 12 is a good number. It's because the quality of fish are here, maybe not the numbers to catch 40 or 50 today, some of the places we go, but you can definitely catch 5 of the right ones here on Pasquotank River.
One big thing, you think, oh, I'm going to go 70 miles away to get away from people, maybe get some water to yourself. I have less time, but I can make it happen. We got guys who are running just as far as Stetson and almost fishing in a crowd. You're like, what are you doing here? There's 6 guys in a general 1-mile stretch. He has made that run and has a stretch to himself at least, and very little overlap from other competitors.
Another angler making a move. Robert G, 1911 up to 22nd.
Come on, baby. Here's a nice one. Thank you, Lord. Yeah, we were just saying, if I don't fish that one, it's going to have a big one on it. I said 5-pounder, but it wasn't 5-pounder on it. But I sure like him anyway, I'll tell you. He's a helper. It's so crazy. You throw and throw and throw, and when one sees it that likes it, I mean, he kills it. That's a good call right there. We needed that. A 4-pounder for a 2. Not a bad situation. I like it.
Moved Cody from 6th right into 4th place. So yeah, absolutely good call for Cody up. He hadn't caught them all day long, but the ones he caught have been generally solid.
Got an area, like you mentioned, Ronnie, got an area to himself and taking advantage of it.
Stetson Blaylock hanging in there, 41 pounds and 4 ounces. He's got to 17.12 unofficially today, and add that to 23.5 pounds yesterday, and he is performing. He is hitting on all cylinders here for the second day in a row here at the Pasquotank River and Albemarle Sound.
You know, it's June. I mean, it's summertime. Those fish are, to me, they're in a summertime pattern, but that's the challenging part is a lot of the stuff you fish where they should be, they're not, or they won't bite. This time around, it's fishing a lot more challenging to me as far as getting bites. The big ones are still biting, but those quality bites are few and far between. And it seems like you have to make really long runs to get them this time around. Just need to get 5 more each day.
All right, Stetson Blaylock, your leader right there. Had a solid day today, backing up a great day, number 1. Look, see in 3rd place now, Cody Huff not moving up to 4th, but to 3rd place based on that good keeper he just had moments ago. And all the rest, Tyler Williams now holding down the 10th spot as it stands right now. And of course, today is all about the top 50. We'll be checking further down that leaderboard as we go through the afternoon.
And as we look at that leaderboard, Tommy, we're seeing a lot of different baits from day 1 to day 2. We start to dial in a little bit more with our leaders, and we start to kind of see the struggles of certain presentations. And Davey, we're here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, and urchin madness. We knew just one day we'd stay away from it. Now we're back on it. We've got some urchins here, various brands represented, and also swim bait that has been used by Chris Zaldain. 2 different approaches, but we got a lot more natural target presentations and a lot more industrial target presentations with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about the mag draft first, I guess, because Chris Zaldain, day 1 leader, having a slower day today. The bait is still the right bait. He showed us, it was really cool having his camera look at the menhaden and the different bait fish around these bridges where he's fishing, and they all seem to be in this 4.5 to 5.5 inch length and size. The shape of the bait, most importantly, the tail design on this bait is really, really good. It's got a certain kick to it, a certain thump, and it's really doing a good job. The tough thing about Chris Zaldain's day is not the bait. It has been the lack of current there, and he's talked about it, done a great job explaining it. You have the 2 different baits here, the loaded and unloaded.
Yeah, and so that's the one thing with the Bass Mafia Zaldangerous Swimmer is that you have the weighted loaded version with the top hook, but based on the type of cover you're fishing, you can put a belly hook in it, like you would, to do more weedless approach, a treble hook to have a line through, but on the bottom side approach. So there's multiple ways that he can rig it to get better hookups.
Yep.
One good thing for him is when they've bit it, they've gotten it well. We talked about Stetson Blaylock with the urchin style baits. He said they're missing it, they're not quite getting it today, and so there's multiple ways you can rig that. But we're really seeing the anglers, we're seeing them with schooling fish, Davey. It's so interesting how this profile and at least the rate of fall and way you can present it, you're presenting it like a jerk bait, you're presenting it like a jig in various ways.
Yeah, Ronnie, I mean, I've played around with these baits, I guess you could say, until you really know what you're doing with them. And I didn't just start fishing them since the Santee Cooper tournaments that we had in the Murray tournament. You didn't see it nearly as much. Some fisheries, it seems to just be lights out. Some fisheries above average. I don't know of anywhere that any angler that I talk to, like elite anglers or serious tournament anglers at any level, have thrown these and not had any success. For some reason, they seem to be better some places than others. We've seen a lot of elite pros. Jason Christie pitching this bait around. He has tried a jig, a frog, a spinnerbait, obviously. This is the best bait right now in 2026 on a lot of our fisheries. A lot of different ways to rig it. I think we'll go into that probably more tomorrow.
Absolutely. Someone tuned in today and said, not my hero. My hero, Jason Christie, my hero, Greg Hagney, they're not doing it, and they definitely will see the viability of it for sure.
So these anglers, the elite anglers, most of them have one bait or one technique that they enjoy fishing, that they have really mastered and do a good job at, better than others. All of them are well-rounded, versatile anglers. We've heard people talk about, this angler can only do this or that. I don't think that's the case with any of our elite anglers. but you just get accustomed to seeing certain guys, and you just think, hey, he's going to be throwing this or he's going to be throwing that. But here's the truth. These guys are good because they have spent their whole life trying to use the best tools available and keeping up with what's good today, what's going to be good tomorrow, along with what has been good for a long period of time.
When you think about, everyone has had jigs. Everyone's had half-ounce 3/8 jigs. They've had 5/16ths, mixing up this 9/16ths. But they don't do it like certain jig fishermen.
Yep.
So when you have a bait that's got the gravity and draw power and catchability like this bait has done, and you put it in the hands of someone who just works there, flipping bait a little different, it could unlock something for that angler that they didn't realize, you know, that traditionally fishing a jig would or a Texas rig.
And when something like these urchin type baits or corky baits comes out, it looks different, and naturally you want to say, what is that? Honestly, if you think about a lot of the good bass lures through the years, you think, the first thing you think about a jig to me is it looks like a crawfish. But it's fished a white jig swimming across the top of the surface. I mean, it's used in so many different ways. It's not always a crawfish. Don't really know what that's supposed to look like, the urchin bait, but I'm not so sure we know what a lot of the baits look like to the bass.
If we could see an actual picture of what a bass sees, it would probably surprise us how different it is as far as dimensions and colors and shapes.
What does a pink worm, a methylate worm look like to it? You know, and you hear all these people have different ideas. Somebody might be right, but who knows?
Bruised banana. I mean, you know.
I mean, honestly, I mean, what?
It's wild.
A lizard, back in the day when a green pumpkin and a pumpkin seed 6-inch lizard, Zoom made its name in the industry with those baits. So many times, you know, I've caught smallmouth in Minnesota on a green pumpkin lizard. I don't think those smallmouth think that's a lizard from Georgia.
No.
What a difference a year makes. Kyle Welcher just finished his limit off, 9 pounds today. He's 50th place with 21 even.
Ooh.
Fighting to make the cut.
Wow.
Seeing Zaldane now mix it up. Still hard cover, docks instead of bridges, but we'll see. I mean, that's the most dangerous thing for Zaldangerous right now, is if he can find a few other places that he has confidence in to throw that. Because you know it, he's ultimately confident in a swim bait.
Yeah.
But because it's so hard to win a 4-day elite on one bait and win it on a swim bait, you know the ghosts and some of the different things in his head, the voices, man, it's dying on me, it's dying on me. So if he can find something going into the weekend and another lift of the spirits, he can
Just had a follower.
replenish his confidence for sure.
I couldn't tell it was on scope.
4.5 pounder gives Trey McKinney 19.5 pounds. From 34th, he's in 11th place.
Wow.
It just dawned on me when you said that about him being diehard swim bait. It's hard to win the only Bassmaster tournament, let alone elite tournament, that I've won on a swim bait. Every fish I weighed in on 4 days, but was stubborn almost to a fault. At 11 o'clock on the final day, I didn't have a bass, but I was kind of the same mentality as Chris Zaldane has. When I get it in my head that a swim bait is happening, I'm gonna live and die with it.
Exactly. That's a problem. I'm seeing some clouds, but they're not on the surface.
Stetson, about 15 minutes ago, the wind started blowing. Uh-oh, wind just came up. I didn't know whether he was talking about, uh-oh, I'm fixing to catch a fish, or uh-oh, what's happening out there on the Albemarle
I think that's
Sound.
what he was talking about.
Yeah, because he's been worried about his timing.
And I'll scope if I have to. Just we need a bite.
Yeah, he was more dialed in on maybe targets and shade versus wind and current. And yeah, that's the 2-hour drive. You don't need it to be 2 hours, 20 minutes.
Gotta
like
get gas too, so
don't want to push it. He's got a bag.
I knew, like, okay, so the wind's still blowing out. You would think, well, now it's north. Yeah, now it's a. Oh, let me check that. And I don't know if it's a north wind. I mean, that should blow it out.
It looks. I mean, it's coming from the city. It would make that water flow out of the Pasquotank faster, in theory.
It's a west wind.
It just. I mean, when a puff like that comes around
right
3
back.
minutes ago, it's not going to move
Yeah, so it's a slight
the water
west
immediately.
wind.
Oh,
like.
no.
It should
But if
blow
it stays
some
that
out, right?
direction.
Yeah.
I think.
Trey McKinney just caught a 4.5 pounder to get the battle with Cole Sands going. Cole Sands just caught a 5 pounder. He's in our top 10 now.
Bridge, and that was a north wind that morning, and it blew all that water out. So that's tomorrow. That's not today. Just trying to think the potential of that bridge, and if that current's going to happen today, I have no clue. But we're going to stay close to it and keep checking. I'll go scope around if I have to if it's flat calm. Just wanted to check a couple docks here.
We can watch Bassmaster live and get a lot of insights because you spend a lot of time in the boat with these guys. And you get an insights into how they think, how they break down a patch of water, how they pick it apart and so forth. But you really like the ultimate experience in that kind of environment there. Check out the Bassmaster Ambassador Program. That's how you become one of those guys that serves in the boat during a day of fishing or multiple days of fishing in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. Take the ride of your life. Check the QR code. The registration is open and you can reserve a spot. Find a place close to you, a tournament coming up, and do it. Getting close to the last couple of hours of fishing here. The Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Part of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, which has gone by very, very quickly this year. We started out down in Alabama with a couple of events. The Classic was upon us, and all of a sudden we're here. I mean, it seems like it's been in the blink of an eye in some ways. Well, now what? There's
a studio.
That is.
I love the dip net in the corner over there. Is that where Dave Mercer's staying for the week?
Probably so. I would think so.
Kyle Jesse's staying in the big paddle wheel boat.
Oh yeah, he's in the river boat.
There. Yeah.
Playing the banjo and going down the river.
Oh my gosh, dude. That was a freaking bass the whole time. It just barely grabbed it. Thought it was hung up. Got to be kidding me, dude. Thing was pulling too. What the heck? Unless it ate it off of something, that was just weird, man. It just didn't move. Gosh, dang it. You see that thing pull? God. Dang it.
I'm curious myself if Chris catches some on these docks. We saw them. They were a player last year. Obviously a different time of the year. I think probably some of the fish were spawning, but Justin Hamner in particular caught a lot of his fish in this area on these boat docks. Surely he gave them a whirl in practice.
Chris now 3
that
pounds.
That was wild, man.
Out of the lead. Chris is now trailing Kyle Patrick, who's kind of, like yesterday, got a quick start and went a little quiet for a while and then had another flurry and moved all the way up into second place. In third place is this angler right here, Cody Huff. Cody Huff, who's had a few quiet periods in that spot he's entrenched in all day long, but when they're on, he's catching them and putting them in the boat.
Definitely been around numbers of fish. Stetson and Cody, very similar days in different areas, but good solid fish, got a good limit without a big one, and that is unusual here last year and this year. Seems like if you're gonna be among the top catchers of weight for the day, you have to have that real big one, and Cody Huff got several 4-pounders, but no real big ones, very similar to Stetson Blaylock. Using a corky style bait, using his forward-facing sonar a lot. He did mention this morning that bridges were a big part of his game plan yesterday, but got to his area and the water was not moving like it was in practice, so he started doing this, and it's worked out very, very well for him.
Kind of had a tough year, Tommy, stringing 2 days of fishing together, a 68th, a 61st. 71st, 53rd, then he finally gets his first cut at Murray in 24th, and 88th at Santee now this week. So just hadn't, I mean, I'd say he's had one bomb, and that was 88th. Just needs to get this top 10 secured.
Yeah, I tell you what, the last, like during practice and, a couple of the ones I caught yesterday, they were sitting really high in the water column. They'd be suspended around a piece of cover or something. But, man, it seems like today I'm having a hard time seeing anything that's up in the water like that. So as slow and painful as it is, I'm slowing down and trying to sink my bait down and, try to get really close to some structure and just, get my bait right up next to it. And that last nice one I caught, I couldn't even see him until I got my bait real close, and all of a sudden I seen him flash and turn around and come look for it. So that's kind of the name of the game right now, just trying to get the bait down there and find us a big one. So just running all kinds of isolated structure, just anything in that 6 to 10 foot kind of range. Seems like a lot of the better stuff is kind of the stuff you can't see with your eyes, but you just never know.
Using these baits and this forward-facing technology, oftentimes you can see the cover that's offshore. You can see these two logs laying here now, but a stump or some piece of wood that's not exposed, you can see them with that forward facing, and you don't see a fish there until you get your bait close, just like he described that last good one he caught, and then you see them appear because they're really tucked in close to that cover.
Back out of the water, trying to set in the shade.
You need to always remember bass are predators. They like to ambush their prey, and when they're in a feeding mode, easier to catch, I would say, than they are oftentimes tucked up behind or real close to something to try to ambush the prey. Cast he just made there between the log and those lily pads is probably because he saw something with his forward-facing sonar. Piece of wood stuck on the bottom, a stump, something like that.
We knew it, but just maybe not to the extreme or to the reality that it is. How much cover and how many fish are normally where your boat is sitting when you're covering the bank, right? You think you see all the visible cover, that's a good shallow area. Maybe the drop is right where your boat's at, and then it's much deeper. You need to get way offshore after that. Just move your boat 7 feet farther out, and it's a whole nother group of fish that you've just been passing over. And with these guys going towards the bank and then their trolling motors looking straight ahead, it's the best of both worlds. You're casting to what you're used to, and now you just, when you glance, you see what's ahead.
I can tell you that. I'm going to have to re-spool tonight.
It's resulted in a lot more shallow fish for these guys who have incorporated electronics to their shallow game.
And the side imaging gave us that ability to see that, but with this, you can see it real time while you're fishing and make direct casts to it. Not just know, hey, this little stretch here has 3 stumps. You can look at every stump and your bait when it's right beside it. And Cody just described, get real close to the cover, and then you change your action of the bait, or you let it sit motionless, sink to the bottom, what have you. You're more precise, and you know when your bait is exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah. A little bit warm out there today. Right now I checked, it's 99 degrees, kind of unseasonably warm for just not even the middle of June yet. Getting close to it, but you have to deal with a day like that once in a while. Fishing can be worth it, that is for sure, and what's going to change in the next couple of days, we'll look into that a little bit later on today. But Stetson Blaylock hanging on there in the lead, and Kyle Patrick, as we mentioned, another little flurry, a little spade of catching him has put him all the way up into second place, and you see Cody Huff, whom we just left, in third, and we will come right back. Last 2 hours of fishing for the first flighters here. Maxam Tire, Bassmaster Elite, Pasquotank River, and Albemarle Sound. This is last third of the season. Rolling underway, well underway right now. We're more than halfway through this day number 2, and at the end of the day, at the end of the weigh-in time, we'll have 50 anglers left to fish the last 2 days. Everyone else is going to have to look forward to the last 2 events to get things done, if they need to get things done, and many of them do. Let's get up to Chris Aldane, hook up.
Sucker. Stay on there, big girl. Come here. No. Yeah. No current, no problem. Just go dock fishing. Gone. Yes. All right. That was huge right there. Smoked it. That one back there was a freaking giant, dude. This one's another big one. Dude, that was awesome. I mean, when they get it, dude, it is gone. That one freaking dusted it. We needed that one, boys and girls. Without current, it's a grind back on those bridges, but that's a good call. Should probably see what I have.
Good upgrade for him there.
Got a couple of 2-pounders in there. Significant.
Man,
He knows
what a
it.
bite, dude.
He said, I really needed that one.
So here's the thing, like that whole bridge program, I found that pattern in other rivers first, and then I applied it here in the Pasquotank, and it was exact. Had to have current, had to have shade, it had to have the horizontal slats, had to have bait. Ran that pattern back there. There's no current today. So my secondary thing was a dock pattern I found in the Little River, as well as some other river. I don't even know the name of it, some Indian name. And it had to have 5 to 8 feet of water. If it had a seawall or rocks behind it, it was that much better. So we'll run this for a little bit without that current. Where are you? Where are you?
It's going to be about close to a 2-pound.
Yeah,
upgrade.
that'll
What'd
put
you
him
say,
right
Debbie?
back in the thick of things, won't it?
Yeah.
And I think he's got, I mean, we've seen him
Little
catch,
more.
yeah, 12 pounds is hard. That's 5 2.5 pounders. So I'd assume,
No, I think right. I gotta weigh him.
I mean, I'm starting to think his smallest is 2.5, not
Yep.
all 2.5.
Yeah, those
so,
two that he's looking at to cull, those are 2.5 pounders.
Yeah, his Bass Track though says 2 2.0s, a 2.5, a 2.6, and 1 4.0. So I have his second 4-pounder.
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to be more at the 15-pound mark right now.
He was really low yesterday on his Bass Track as well.
Were good. And I'll just show you too, like, here's that main channel that swings across right here. It swings right up here. All this on that side is just going to be a little too shallow. You got to have some channel to it. So it's these docks right here. These are going to be too deep, I think, but it's got to be like that mid. These are too shallow. Like those docks right there are going to be too deep. So we're just going to find that depth zone, 5 to 8 feet. Two. That one's a little heavier. Okay.
Jordan Lee just called to our second best bag of the day behind Schlapper's 24.2, and JT Tompkins has the same weight. Jordan Lee has 22.15. Come up from
That was
78
big.
to 17th.
That was huge for me. Yeah. Okay.
And knowing Jordan Lee like we know him, he's going to have a little more than that.
Yeah. Easily beat.
That one he called an 8-pounder is going to be not an ounce less than 8, maybe closer to 9. It's
Right,
just-
it could be the
that's just,
Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the
yeah, could be.
Palmer has it with a 8.14 from yesterday.
That's a 212. Number 2.
Well, that's gonna do it. I'll move him up to second place. 4th. So back in the thick of it.
Back in the thick of it. Speaking of the thick of it, Power Pole replay of the day. Chris Zaldane with a much slower day overall than yesterday. Got off to a quick start yesterday and was conservative with his weight all day long yesterday. Day one leader, Chris Zaldane. Today had some company there at his starting spot, which is no surprise, a very, very popular bridge. But man, it has been slow since about 10 o'clock this morning for Chris Zaldane. Desperately needed a good bite, a good cull, and he just got it. Switched up from those bridges to boat docks and just culled a 2 1/4, 2 1/2 pounder for about a 4 1/4.
Needed a little bit of a backup plan. Looks like he's worked one out. He's also worked out the sort of dock he needs to concentrate on, so expect him to stick with that for at least for the time being until further notice. Chris Zaldane now moving back up into second place. He was our day one leader. Stetson Blaylock, though, hanging on for now, but Stetson has given us plenty of signals that he is going to be very soon picking up and moving the show back out into the Albemarle Sound and heading toward the check-in. Bassmaster Live and our live coverage continuing here at the Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound at the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite. 7th stop of the year, 8 events on the 2026 Bassmaster Elite Series. And Stetson Blaylock, a winner in the Carolinas before in the Elite Series. Holding down the top spot right now, having a very successful day after a super successful day number 1. Chris Zaldane started the day with the lead. Good day yesterday, the best of all days yesterday. And he's hanging in there today. He's what he had started doing and what he got a little success out of today kind of went away on him for a while. Is not getting the conditions he needed, so he has switched plans a little bit and has met with a little success in the last 30 minutes. So we are going to continue to get out there. Why don't we check out everything, get you in on what we have seen today as we take a look at our Strike King midday report, and we will start with the 2022 Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakura.
Strike King Pro Jay Shakura.
Yeah.
Once again, having a good tournament. We were talking earlier, for his young career, we've had him on camera a lot, which means he catches fish all over the country, not just in the northern part of the country, but in the Carolinas, down in Florida, everywhere. And it's very common to see him using his forward-facing sonar. A lot of drop shot normally, but we've seen very little of the drop shot from Jay Shakura here. He has joined the trend. He's throwing the corky style baits at these fish. Focusing on cover just off and outside what you can see visibly. This fish, I think his biggest fish of the day, was on a single cypress tree, kind of a little point there, but a lot of his fish coming just offshore in that 4 to 6 feet of water, isolated cover. Jay Shakura, once again, just doing a good job getting in an area and figuring it out.
Cody Huff, another angler, making a long run today. A long run is a certain risk you take out here. You give up some hours of fishing, and Cody making a pretty good sized one, but when he landed and got where it was started, it looked very good to him, and he didn't take long before he started catching them.
Yeah, Cody, very similar to what Jay's doing, just getting in an area, picking it apart, looking for isolated cover just off the bank, throwing to the bank some. Our only 2 anglers that we've had cameras with today that are really just looking for that isolated cover just off the bank, using the forward facing, using the corky style baits primarily, mixing it up with a little bit of other stuff. But to Cody's credit, and Jay also, both of those guys had the bridge patterns in play. Have not worked out because of the current change, very little current, but they've been able to figure out a different way to fish these areas and locate this offshore cover that these fish hang around when there's not as much current.
Well, yesterday the plan that was by far the overwhelming winning plan was to stay close at home. Close to home and fish around there, not take the long runs, which a lot of people tried with varying success. But Chris Zaldane has given that a go this time around. Obviously, he's very close to home here and had a bridge pattern worked out that was current dependent, water movement dependent, and for a while it was productive.
Yeah, very productive for him yesterday. Things were a lot easier for him, a lot more current. He said there was a couple of things that were very important. You needed current, You needed shade, you needed these bridge pilings, and you needed bait. And he had the bait, but it was roaming around all around the boat this morning. It's been a lot tougher for him. Finally made a change about an hour ago. He said, I'm gonna go fish some boat docks. The current has gone from slow to non-existent. And it took him about 30 minutes, and you see this fish right here that he really needed to put him back in contention for the lead today. As always, Bass Track is unofficial and not exact. He could be possibly leading, but unofficially we have him in second place with 40 pounds and 6 ounces.
Yeah, very well could be in the lead.
And one big thing with the pattern he's doing, it's not a matter of if he's going to get big bites. It's how low is his worst day. And the fact that he caught that big one makes his floor today much higher.
Stetson Blaylock started the day in 4th place, had a good day yesterday, and was probably our most consistent angler, catching him at regular intervals all morning from the very start.
Yeah, this is something I did not think we would see on this body of water. Someone like Stetson Blaylock having a good 2 days, and he had 6-pounder yesterday, maybe 2 about 6-pounders. Today he does not have a fish, I don't think, over about 4.5 pounds, but he has several of those. He's caught more fish than anyone else we've had on live, probably about a dozen fish. A lot of them nice fish, 2.5 to that 4 pounds, a little over, but he has not had that big bite yet. He is at a point where a 6 to 8 pounder would surely put him in the lead, because he's got all those fillers. He just needs that one big bite.
Stetson, another angler making a long run, longer than many in the body of water he's fishing in, and thus found himself kind of alone, kind of by himself. Pretty good bet.
Speaking of a long run and kind of by itself, Jason Christie, much slower day for him today.
We're about to head out. You know, it was a spitting image of yesterday. I got 6 bites yesterday and boated all 6, and today I had 6 bites and lost 3. So good news is we should be fishing tomorrow, and I mean, legitimately, if a guy hits the right little stretch, you can catch 35 here. So yeah, just got to get back and figure out what we're going to do tomorrow, because I got confidence in what I'm doing. I'm losing confidence of where I'm doing it at. So, like I said, we should have had 20 pounds today, but we don't.
Well, losing fish today, a big change in the story for Jason Christie.
We were talking about that, I guess about an hour ago. It's great to have what he had yesterday, but you know you're really pushing your luck when you only get 6 bites a day and a 5-fish limit. Running as far as he is, you're gonna lose some fish, and with only getting 5, 6, 7 bites a day, it can come back to bite you.
What is it? 6 bites, 5-fish limit, 4 hours to fish? Is that those are the numbers we're all dealing with right now?
That's tough arithmetic right there.
I think his fishing time is more than that today. Because of less wind.
What's crazy is every single person planning to make that longer run today at takeoff in their pre-takeoff social media video said that the wind felt like, because they felt it more at takeoff, that it was going to be worse for them. Yet every single person went faster. Like I don't know if they got spooked by the direction because they didn't feel it yesterday and they felt it today, but a slight direction change, even with the same intensity, can make it a breeze.
How about a big fish?
Traveling. How about a big
pace? 8-pounder ties for Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day. He's up to 34,000. He's got 17 pounds and change on the day. He's got a couple under 2 pounds in there. Fisher and I are rebounding too. He's got 18.5 today.
We have not checked in with Justin Hammer. He's been very slow for Justin Hamner today. A good day yesterday, strong day.
So popular. For brim fishing, I'm about to run all the highest percentage spots I got over here, like the little points and overhangs. I don't know, they are confusing me. They go from being like they've never seen a bait in their life to most educated fish out there. I guess they ain't hungry.
We spent the day with Justin yesterday, and this bridge thing was, I mean, on fire. Intermittently, not all the time, but he
It's
made
still
hay.
coming out a little bit. Like, this should be B.A.S.S time. So that's even more confusing.
Those bridges are current dependent, no doubt about it.
And it was just no go, nothing moving at all today.
I could lie to you if it sounds better. Oh. Come on, you can do it, buddy. You can do it. They get so excited, like they're going to eat it, and then I mean, before today, it was like, if one actually started going towards it, it was getting caught. Now today, it's like I'm out on Lake Fork. That's a really big one too. There's like 3 really big ones. Come on. So strange.
It's interesting to see these anglers get dialed in on one bait. Just a couple weeks ago at Santee Cooper Lakes, Justin Hamner was looking, or fishing around boat docks using a jerk bait, a spoon, a glide bait, all those things, and he is dialed in on that Corky style bait here this week.
He is, absolutely. Committed to it would seem. All right. Have you committed to the latest fantasy offering from Bassmaster, and that would be the TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. 7 matches, and each of them has a theme. We've got a Carolina theme going here, North Carolina theme going here, much more. Our leaders in AOY and so forth. We just got to pick the winner in 7 matches. Sounds simple, not quite so fast. It's a little bit harder than you think. Check it out. All right, last hour and a half of fishing time for first flighters. Here's some bonus coverage. This is Brad Watley. Brad Watley, who had a good day yesterday, productive day. That's unmanned camera action with him.
Not his biggest fish of the day.
Not his biggest fish of the day, but he's got a 4-pounder in there that he caught about 9 o'clock this morning, and hanging in there. In 14th place, I believe, as it stands right now. So Brad Watley of East Texas.
Yesterday,
do as much as he can for his season this year.
He was one of 11 anglers with a 20-pound bag. It was his first 20-pound bag of the year. We are now up to 208 20-pound bags for the season, I do believe.
All right. How many we got on the day today? That's a good question. 4 or 5?
You're the guy on that one. You know what? I picked first
should
last
just guess.
yesterday.
It'd
Why
probably
don't you
be
just-
right.
Yeah, you just tell us. I want to Price is Right you one day.
Nobody Price is Right.
Just caught a striper. I'm fishing this dock. It's like a big pier dock, and it might as well be a bridge. It sets up just like the railroad bridge. There's a bunch of cross members, and there's ripping current. Like this current wasn't here 20 minutes ago, and all of a sudden the current's ripping. I just don't know how long it takes for it to get to the bridges, but dude, that bridge right there is only, I don't know, 300 yards, so there's gotta be current on there now. We're gonna go ahead and move. Let's get back on our program since this current's like, I mean, it's going out. It is definitely going out, and it makes me happy. We got plenty of time. I mean, it's 1:36. We got just less than 3 hours left of fishing, and it happens quick when that current's ripping. Just gonna finish out this dock, and we'll go ahead and move. Oh my gosh, we got current, man. We've got current. All right, brother, let's go. Get those shades.
Our
See, there's
runner-up
a
at
bunch
Murray,
of life in there.
Sam Hange, just climbed to 14th place, 4.5 pounder.
He's kind of been our top performing rookie this week so far, right? Sam Hange?
I believe so.
All right, Cody Hupp obviously did not get his gas on the way in, so he's
Well, we're having
Take
this
his
little
place in
gas
line there.
stop here. Calling the marina real quick, see if we can get a little fuel. And we're gonna ease her on back. Didn't have a terrible day, didn't have a great day. Gonna try to go back and fish there around takeoff and hopefully catch one more big one. That should put us where we need to be.
making the long run means you got to make a
I
long
was
run
gonna see
back.
if I could get some fuel. Alrighty, thanks.
Hopefully they're not out of fuel, which you
hopefully
mentioned.
not.
I had never thought about that possibility, but that, I guess that happens, doesn't it?
It does happen. It does happen. These marinas are not normally this busy on Thursday and Fridays in particular. And then all of a sudden you have, like I said, 30 bass boats with 50-gallon tanks pull up back-to-back days. You can't get that fuel ordered in time.
Not really much to talk about, to be honest with you. I have not caught a fish that's upgraded my bag. And yeah, we've come back to where I've kind of around where I caught those two better fish. And we're gonna spend our last hour here and try and put hopefully 2 or 3 more in the boat. And that's maybe a little afternoon flurry or something. I don't know. Something's got to change. I'm on a pretty long dry spell, so usually after a while you come out of it. Hopefully it's in this hour. We're gonna keep giving her and see what happens.
Another different weigh-in times, but hearing Chris say he's got almost 3.5 hours left of fishing time, and we hear these other anglers talk about an hour or less.
Or 30 minutes.
Different
yeah.
weigh-ins times is certainly part of it, but the long runs are the biggest part of it here this week.
I mean, we talk about the 252, this general area of North Carolina.
Right. Oh yeah.
You know,
the area code.
area code wise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, there are a few anglers who may be in a different area code, like north or way west, you know, and so
you could reach different area codes from our, and be on the course. All right, we get a little service here now.
Yeah. Service with a smile. $6.82 a gallon. How much do you need there, bud?
Yeah. Well,
fill her.
How much you got?
Fill her up or what?
Cut her off when my credit card gets maxed out.
Yeah.
Yep, going again tomorrow, so we'll probably see you again. I tell you what, anytime you got to go on a gas stop during a bass tournament, you probably went too far, to be real honest.
What happens after you get gas?
So we're going to get gas, and then we're going to put a couple screws in my bow panel up there so we don't lose all my graphs and everything. And once we get that tied up, we're going to roll on back, go fish in the Pasquotank we should have like an hour to fish when we get back there. So we're just going to keep up same old, just trying to get one big bite. That's the goal. Good enough? Sweet. I pay you. No, you're fine. It's live.
Well, that's part of your job this week when you got that to deal with. You got the Albemarle Sound to deal with. You kind of have to be pretty good at getting things battened down for the trip.
Hey, we took a look at Brad Watley a moment too soon. He just landed a 3-pounder. He's back in our top 10.
Wow.
10th place. Jason Christie and Justin Hamner, 3 and 4 fish respectively, falling from 2nd and 3rd into the teens. 14th for Christie and Hamner's 19th right now.
Probably not as big of a surprise to Jason Christie as it is Justin Hamner. You could tell Justin Hamner just thought, oh, it's going to happen again. When I get to that bridge, it's going to happen in a hurry. Y'all just watch this. And it
did not happen.
Did not happen. Not his fault. The current just was not there this morning like it was yesterday.
We talk about wind and the aftermath of wind, really providing more in the way of current than tidal influence in this particular place right here. But you know, sometimes it's the inflow from all the adjoining waterways, and it just, in the drought condition, it just is not there. It's not. It's certainly not dependable.
Yep. I'm sure there's another sport that I'm not thinking of, but I don't know of another sport, and I like all sports, I really do, that have so many uncontrollable variables, from other local anglers being out on the water, potentially competing against, you know, some of their buddies,
Yeah.
to just recreational anglers, to boating traffic, to weather, there's so many factors out of your control as an angler. And that's what makes this sport to me especially intriguing, because you have to make those split second decisions on, hey, this has changed. It isn't like what it was yesterday or the day before. What am I going to do now? You have to make on-the-spot decisions, on-the-water decisions. And no one makes all the right ones. It's just knowing when to stick with plan A or go to plan B.
Yeah. The differences between MLB ball fields is minuscule.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
The dimensions are the same as far as base, 60 feet from the mound to the plate. Here, everything is different.
Yes,
everywhere.
And we've got soccer on our mind here this week, obviously. The grass has to be like perfectly identical all throughout the United States of America. Or else it's not fair to the soccer players.
Oh, we'll be talking about that some more through the weekend. Stetson Blaylock hanging in there. First place, Chris Zaldain. In second place, Kyle Patrick, Cody Huff, and Hunter Shryock, composing our top 5.
When I'm fishing, I look for a lot of targets to fish around, a lot of targets that bass would be hanging out around. But then when you're doing that and you're maneuvering through a lot of targets, but there's also targets for your trolling motor. The Quest trolling motor is the best trolling motor on the market. You can maneuver in and out. It eats up this vegetation, these pads. You can maneuver smoothly while it's chewing up these pads around these cypress trees, and I can keep my eyes on the targets that the bass should be around. So if you haven't tried one, absolutely. The Quest trolling motor maneuvers around, is durable, it chops up this stuff. You go right through it, and I can just go in and out of these cypress trees. Boat docks, it doesn't matter. Whatever I'm trying to fish around, if I'm in vegetation or not, the Quest trolling motor eats it up.
Thank you, Davey, for the Minto today on the lake. You're right, after about 2.5 hours of fighting the Albemarle Sound waves, you don't need to have a whole lot of trouble getting around these cypress trees once you get to your place, right?
I'm telling you, that salt in the air, the humidity just really works on my sinuses.
Well,
the heat, humidity, it feels like it's 105 out there.
That's right. You go from cold
Wesley
to hot.
Gore just popped back in. He started 9th place with 21.15. He just landed a 6-pounder. Austin Felix just landed a 6-pounder. He's on 4 fish. He's climbed back in our top 50.
How about that? Stetson Blaylock still the man on top with Chris Zaldain. Close behind, Kyle Patrick a couple of pounds back, and Cody Huff right there with Kyle.
Didn't we have a couple big ones? I mean, that's a couple 6-pounders there. I mean, we had a couple, the 8-pounder Kyle Patrick caught yesterday was about this time, and we had some big fish about this exact same time.
7's coming in about now, too, during yesterday's round. It's a little slower for the big ones today.
Chris Zaldain said the current's ripping, so maybe we're going to see big things from him.
Tank here, I noticed a bunch of current about a quarter mile from here. And we were on this spot about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and it was dead. Now the current's starting to move. So it could definitely happen.
We went to a NASCAR race.
Fishing shade lines.
I know that was the Mountain Dew boat I just saw.
I think you're right. I think I saw the logo.
Striper. Current starting, the stripers are showing.
So Tommy, you probably know this. You know so many things about different areas of the country. So the striped bass down further south, the South Carolina, don't tend to, they stay in our rivers and in our inshore waters.
Right.
Versus up Chesapeake Bay area, those stripers
all the way up
go
to Cape
out.
Cod. Yeah, they
So what
go
about
do a
this
sea run.
area
Yeah.
right here?
I don't know about this. Now this is Ronnie probably knows.
Because
more
it
about
seems
that.
like it's kind of late for them to be where they are if they do actually go out to the ocean, like the Chesapeake Bay area and above.
I mean, I know of a ton of buddies who will offshore fish for striper and redfish, those types of
nervous and swimming around real hard.
trips, both in all the sounds that litter it, but also out just a little
bit of both there, which would make sense.
And I mean, the red drum or the red fish, as you call them, there are some magnums to be caught in this general region. Most people show up, and like I said, I was at fault. Once you get about 30 minutes from the Outer Banks, you're going to the Outer Banks. There's no other reason. But the fishing for various species, as we've seen here at the Pasquotank, but also the others, I mean, it's incredible.
Shot of the bait fish there. Showed us those earlier today.
Yep.
I was looking through the mapping, all the different rivers, creeks. We talked about the flow. This is just some shading. Obviously, we've got the shallowest water being red over on the right side of the screen. And then you've got the yellow as intermediate, and then it gets towards the orange offshore. Chris Alday mentioned it earlier. Some of these places close to the shoreline, but that jut out just a little bit, but it's not too deep of a drop. You want a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And for the fact that you can get some of these banks, look at the bank. The bank is completely straight, no indentation on the bank at all, but then you have a few little jut outs on the bank. That could be a cypress tree sitting on the point there that's going to hold, that's the end of the tip of the point there. It could be docks that extend out. You can see, obviously, on the map here, some docks that are sticking out from the visual. So when you're looking at the contours, it doesn't take much, Davey, but just a little high spot, a little knob that's going to stick off the bank that these anglers can find. And you start to put the pieces of the puzzle together. You catch them on a dock. Is it because of the dock, or is it the contours under the dock? Is it the current flow by the dock? And you really start to see day 3, day 4 on a fishery piecing together a puzzle like that when you're trying to figure out the structures of it. So a couple key things that we saw with Lowrance C-Map in a couple of these key creeks.
Yeah, and it looked like Chris was saying that what I would call a transition bank, where it went from the flatter sections to those deep sections, and he was showing it on a map just like you did there. That in 2026, you can all those things make sense because you can see there is a reason why this stretch of docks is good on this particular day.
It was like he was wanting that slow taper or that slight fade, where it was like, this is too much of a fade and it's too shallow, or this is too harsh of a drop, it's too deep.
Yep.
Just busted right there.
And like you guys were just talking about, so many variables in our sport that affect fishing or that you can't change or that contribute to the fishing, like you could look at that mapping and dial in a spot and it's perfect, but it doesn't happen because of time of day, current flow. Then you add 3 more variables. It's hard enough to figure out what they're biting and where the key zone is, but then time of day. Is the wind direction different today? Is it, and it's so fickle, and those who sometimes stick it out are stubborn.
The local angler could have just fished there, been there for an hour, and was gone for 3 minutes before you got there.
And then it's not like in another sport where you got to catch the ball for a touchdown or put it in the hoop. You could lose the fish. You could do everything right and get the bite and still not get it in the boat.
You would think Chris Zaldain, you talk about catching the timing just right. If you're sticking close to home, not making a long trip, you got a better chance of doing that. I think that's partially what accounts for him being in our top 2. Second place as it stands right now. Stetson Blaylock, though, still the man on top, and he made a long trip. The Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite from the Pasquotank River in Albemarle Sound here in North Carolina is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. Hope you're having a great Friday. It's been our pleasure to bring this live coverage, and we've got a whole hour of it left. An hour until first group of anglers checks in and begins the weigh-in process. That's at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see that right here on Bassmaster.com. Stetson Blaylock of Arkansas looking for a second Elite Series win with the Bassmasters. He's won in the Carolinas before. He's won in these Atlantic Ocean adjacent precincts before. So, he's not a bad bet there. Chris Zaldain trying to win his first full field Elite Series event. In second place. He's a man that's won on the Elite Series before. He's also won Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakurit. Plover, Wisconsin.
Report is we're still looking for our kicker. We're still looking for that 5 or 6 pounder. It's been really slow. I'm gonna go up to that bridge where I have them couple of bigger ones. Look at my stuff earlier and hope we can get one of those to go, and then we're gonna have to roll out of here sooner rather than later. I think it's 2:00, and we're doing it at 4:30, so about an hour and a half boat ride. Give myself a little time. Yeah, that's the update. Slow, slow, slow. Slow. S-L-O-W.
Maybe Jay's a little tired. He's been a busy guy. Fished the Bassmaster Open at Kentucky Lake. Knocked out a top 20 finish there. Top 15th place, as a matter of fact, before that. Santee Cooper Lakes, he was top 20. He was 18th place there. He's been busy and productive guy pretty much all season long. That's why he's in such a good position, points-wise. And welcome into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Yokohama Tires, and we're so happy to have been with you all day. We've been visiting with you. We haven't had to show our faces yet, so probably you're saying, that's enough of that. Thanks very much. But that's the great Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, and also Mike Suchukon. Another face that you've gotten to see a little bit today, and we're happy that he's able to make some time for us right now. Our colleague Dave Mercer. And Dave, you're in outside, maybe not completely out in the heat and the humidity, but I know it's a big factor there. It's a little bit different from last year.
Oh yeah, it's I mean, I looked at footage from last year and we were all bundled up, and it's nice to see
There's not always that way here. We're in triple digits. There's heat warnings, and I could easily be standing out in it, as I will for several hours during the weigh-in that I'm actually dreading, but very excited about. But I decided to bring you inside the media trailer. JM Media Trailer, this is where all our camera crews get ready, and it's where all the magic happens. But there's an educational element to that I'm trying to figure out. And as you can see, we've seen a lot of footage, a lot of bass being caught under docks, or under piers, and overhead cover, and basically I'm playing the role of a bass right now, and just kind of hiding out under the shade, waiting for time to strike when I have to go out in those elements. And basically I'm just trying to avoid the heat as much as possible, because I am too bulbous and too Canadian to be standing in such conditions for too much longer.
Dave, we're talking Pasquotank River, but I'm thinking about Angler of the Year. After today, we have just 10 days left in the season, and a lot of these anglers only have 4 guaranteed days left, 2 days at Champlain and 2 days at St. Lawrence. This Angler of the Year race, it seems like it's just as topsy-turvy as we've ever seen it. Do you have a gauge of who your confidence lies with as we head to these last two? I mean, Cole Sands, Drew Cook, Trey McKinney, are the Johnstons still in it? Where are you at right now?
I think they're all still in it. I mean, obviously our unofficial leader right now, Cole Sands. Trey McKinney is just sneakily right there. I mean, we went into this event and everybody kind of said, I've said this all year long, just when people start to anoint one person our Angler of the Year is when it changes. And going into this event, everybody said, hey, if they're going to make up some ground on Corey Johnson, they better do it. Well, seemingly they have done that. We haven't seen what Corey's done here today, and I've seen him do magic at the end of the day. But seemingly Trey McKinney has made up ground. Cole Sands has made up ground. Our Angler of the Year race just gets a lot more compelling. But I mean, I may get deported for saying this, but all season long I have just felt like somehow Trey McKinney is going to pull this out at the end of the year. And this week may be the very thing that he needed to happen, and that is Corey to stumble just a little bit. But it's not done. I mean, that's with Bass Track points what we're looking at right now. But it's going to be fun. I mean, I'd be all for Cole Sands pulling it off. I mean, a master mandolin player. I don't know if you know that about him, but I don't think there's ever been an Angler of the Year that has been a master mandolin player, and I would love to see that. I mean, the bass fishing world has been yearning for a mandolin player to finally stand up and hold that trophy.
That's awesome. So Dave, I love your saying that you're like playing the bass. You're undercover. You're in the shade. You're just kind of in the moment. I know you swim with the fish a lot. You do a lot of video underwater. So let's continue with that theme. You're playing the bass. I got a question for you. If you were a bass and you're in the shade at Pasquotank River right now, what would be your first choice? A corky style bait, a glide bait, or a mop jig?
Whew, it's a tough choice. I mean, I'm glad none of them are moving fast, because nothing you're doing here is moving fast. But I mean, I'm gullible. I fall for the modern things. I mean, something new. I want to try it. I think I would get a mouthful of kyoiki. I would definitely eat kyoiki, Davey. I'm all in for the kyoiki. Here's something I do want to point out, though, guys. This is wild. Let's see how this ends today. But we're 5 days into competition here on this body of water. And we don't know a lot about it. We're learning as we go along. And the amazing thing on a body of water that the conversation going into both years, last year and this year, is all about the big runs, about the big... We are 5 days in, and 5 days in, we have had a leader that has literally fished right here. We'll see how it works out today on day number 6. I mean, Stetson Blaylock's making a big run, but if Zaldain holds on to that lead, we'll be 6 days into competition, and on a body of water that everybody talks about making big runs, staying close to home has been what pays off. But I would 100% eat a kyoiki, and I wouldn't just eat it a little bit, Davey. I mean, I would. To take a word from Robert G., I'd take it right in the throat meat.
God. Well, we know a man who would eat a cicada live on camera would have no trouble eating one of those koiki baits. Dave, we have one request for you before you leave. Would you turn around, put your face up toward that fan, and say, "Luke, I am your father"? Would you do that for us? We'll be watching and listening.
Don't I have to be on the?
You got to be close.
Luke, it's not going to work.
No?
I can't get close enough. I'm sorry. You know I would do dumb stuff.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. I'll get you a different fan tomorrow. I'll bring it tomorrow.
Okay, we'll fix it up.
I'm saving that kind of performance for semifinal Saturday, FS1 performance.
That's a good plan. Pace yourself a little bit. Dave, thank you so much. Dave Mercer with the good stuff, as always, from On Location there. And all the great stuff.
All right, we're back on the main
much
bridge
appreciated.
where I weighed 3 of my 5s yesterday. This is the most current I've seen here all day, so it looks okay. It doesn't look stellar. The bait's still here, of course, but these shade lines look pretty money, and there's small little eddies behind these pilings. Is it enough to hold 5-pounders? We'll see. I'm not going to spend too much time here, but the current is definitely picking up, especially down on the lower Pasquotank, well, the lower freshwater arm of the Pasquotank. I mean, this looks good. Yesterday, at, 2, 3 o'clock, they were biting. And I've got till 4:30 today. Pretty happy with my bag, man. It's for the conditions, dude. We made a little something happen. 2 4-pounders.
Been 4 hours, but J.T. Tompkins just landed his biggest fish of the day, a 6'4". He's up to 26 pounds, 4 ounces, from 91st to 19th right now.
Mm. You heard that. Chris Aldane's got till 4:30 to fish that spot right there. So he's trying to maximize his time, putting bait in front of fish, and see if it works out for him. So far, it hasn't worked out too bad.
It hasn't worked out too bad for him so far, but if I was gonna have to bet, I'd say he will upgrade at least one more time. He's got a lot of fishing time left.
Yeah. Stetson Blaylock still holding on in first place. You see Cole Sands down there in 10th place. And Pat Schlopper having moved up. Jay Shakurit and Wesley Gore moved up as well over the past, the afternoon hours. We'll be right back. Maxam Tire, Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River and Albemarle Sound. There's a shot of the vastness of this place, giving you a little bit of an idea about it right there. The wind not blowing quite that hard right now. That's from a little bit earlier in the tournament. Still Stetson Blaylock from Arkansas on top of our leaderboard. He's held down that spot for, the last 4 or 5 hours or so for sure. Chris Zaldani, who started the day with the lead, managing to hang in there at second place, not very far back at all. Kyle Patrick of New York in third place as it stands right now. And now at the bottom of the leaderboard, 50th place is currently about 18 pounds and 13 ounces. That's Steve Kennedy. Cody Meyer actually in 50th place, but he is not reported yet, so we don't know exactly where he stands. That 50 spot is very, very important. You got to be in the top 50 if you want to fish the weekend. Let's get out to second place, Chris Zaldane.
Yeah, I did. I hooked one and lost it yesterday. Yeah, dude. So much fun. Little guy. Don't think so.
Got another 2-pounder to get rid of. I don't know if that's going to do it.
2-3 is my small one.
Yep.
Maybe they're firing up. Oof, that's rough.
we've got Stetson unofficially in the lead, but Chris Aldane's right there. But Dave Mercer brought up a good
Oh, I
point.
thought that was her, dude. That's where I caught
All these
2.5
runs
yesterday.
gassing up, different, hundreds of miles away from one another, so many anglers. And this could very well be the 6th Elite Series tournament day in a row that the leader has been within a two stones throw from takeoff.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
With all the calculations and all the long runs and all the fresh water and going so far away. If he leads today, it'll be 6 out of 6 days led within a couple miles of takeoff.
There's three main tournament launch locations when you're fishing the Albemarle Sound, and that's right here, Elizabeth City, in the Pasquotank. There is a ramp that's frequented out of the Perquimans River to the west, and then Edenton, right there at the bridge of the Chowan, is the most westerly used one for tournaments, where you're seeing those 29 to 35 pound bags. It's various tournament trails on various ramps.
Right.
You could, I mean, honestly, you could have a tournament, Davey. You could have a 5 tournament series here, launch at 3 different venues throughout that schedule, and it fishes different because your decisions are different.
Brandon Lester with the 4-pounders up to 23.25 pounds today, from 60th to 16th place. It's our runner-up last year.
Yeah, it still be, and I'm going to ask him at some point, maybe this afternoon or some other time, what happened yesterday is what's surprising to me with Brandon Lester.
Yeah.
Finishing is like he did last time, and
2 for 9.15
having such a good day today and catching 2 bass yesterday.
2 right ones.
Yeah. Just interesting to hear, you know, the reason. Maybe he went somewhere, made a long run, it didn't work out. Maybe he spent all his practice far away and chose to just stay close yesterday because of the wind.
He stayed. He was on an unmanned cam. He was in the Pasquotank like the whole general time.
Right where he fished last year.
Yeah,
general area.
When I tuned in, I didn't see if he was on that bridge to start the morning. You know, obviously we're starting our show, so I'm not watching the beginning of that show. But just throughout the day, seeing that unmanned camera, like I saw him catch one of his 4.5 pounders.
And that wind
Caught that
starting
like
up
on
might make someone
a
late,
bluegill. A bass chased a bluegill up on the bank, and he threw it
there for a while.
Koike and caught one.
Got her, big one. Not huge, no. Who was that over there? I saw the coal. Who was that guy? God, that one felt big, dude. It turned on me. I don't think, oh no, it's bleeding. Tail's bleeding. I don't think it's gonna help. Oh, 113. Yeah, that felt a lot bigger. What is that? Time for a new bait. That felt good. Oh, turned sideways.
Couldn't tell who that was.
Need to stay off my corner.
should go just cut in front of him right now because that's a really, really solid spot.
Most always it's the big swim baits before, though, but we've seen him with the big deep spoons before. When he commits to something, I mean, you got to give him that. He's all in.
He's all in.
He's absolutely all in. He's a man on a quest, a mission to make that work, and that's not common.
It's not.
No.
We've seen it be the reason for success. You think about Jason Christie, some of his wins, like he's all in on a spinnerbait or all in on a frog or a swim jig. But then also it can be
your demise.
Your demise by just being so, locked in, tunnel vision on one lure that you think is the best for 4 days in a row. That's the thing that separates our Elite Series tournaments and most tournaments throughout the country are 1 or 2 days.
Yeah. That makes it fascinating to watch. It makes a great story. Well, here's another reminder coming up at 3 Eastern Time, about 30 minutes away. First flight is going to check in. And the weigh-in will commence after that. Also, concurrent with that on YouTube.com, starting at 3 p.m. We got Pat Renwick and the gang with Sims behind the tanks. Some candid interviews from anglers fresh off the water, get their immediate reaction to what they went through today, what they feel like, and how they feel their prospects are for the weigh-in at hand and the rest of this tournament, if they can hang on that long. Sims behind the tanks. YouTube.com, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Final half hour of our live coverage here at the Maxam Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River. Because at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, that's when Flight 1, first flight, checks in. Our full field out there today, and only 50 of them will pass through to semifinal Saturdays, and of that 50, 20% or 10 of them will make it to Championship Sunday. Let's take a look down. As we head toward that top 50, there's our highest performing rookie there, Sam Hangy, in 17th place as it stands right now. You got Hangy too, Ronnie? Come on, you're raising your hand up.
Between Rapala and Falcon Rock, I mean, Pasquotank's treating me well this week, Tommy.
Did you have JT Tompkins 91st place yesterday and 20th?
Wow, you're looking like a genius now. Of course, it's North Carolina stuff. You're from North Carolina. Justin Hamner.
We're vibing.
Justin Hamner started such a great day yesterday and just could not get it going today. Tristan McCormick, our second top performing rookie. There's Brandon Cobb hanging in there, 4th place in AOY.
I've been riding with him in Bucket A in Rapala all year. The only week I didn't was Murray, and I went Trey McKinney, and they finished back-to-back, so it's like whatever, it was a wash.
Yeah, well, sometimes that happens. Fisher Anaya, maybe a lot of people thinking he would be really going to town with forward-facing, live sonar. A place like this just seemed like a perfect matchup for him, but so far, well, he's hanging in there. He's in the cut. That's the main thing about today. That's all you can say about today. Logan
Better day
Parks.
2, 18.7 today.
All right, see? He's doing better.
This is scary. I mean, it was 12 pounds, basically, for 50th. So doubling is 24. And we already have 24 on Bass Track through 44th. That weight, that cut weight,
it's going to go
going up.
Going up this time.
Absolutely.
You're right.
It's going to be 25 plus.
Absolutely. I'm scared to pick how many 20-pound bags we're going to get today.
No, you're the guy who gets it right, Tommy.
Well, that's how I get it right. I worry about it so much.
Just write your number down
I will
on a piece of
myself
paper.
to get it right.
I'll say it out loud for you.
You have to go first, though.
That's what I was gonna say. You always do a good job of letting us go before
I'm gonna do
you.
that range like Matt Area. I think between
Man,
6 and
things
15.
are happening. The current's getting faster every 20, 30 minutes. You can tell it's getting faster. Bait's super active, and they're starting to blow up on the fronts of these bridges now. They're picky, but the ones that are blowing up are like 2-pounders. These 5s, they're like a little bit deeper. Got a good feeling about that other side over there. Doesn't get as much pressure. Oh my gosh, dude, are you kidding me?
What's going on here?
Yeah, they've seen a few baits when they're busting like that and you cast through them. You don't get a bite.
Jeez.
You made a great point a few minutes ago, Tommy, how Chris Aldain gets so dialed in on a bait. When you throw a bait and fish that are blowing up multiple times and they won't bite it, maybe it'd be a good idea to try a different lure.
Yeah. Maybe just give them a look at something else. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty much done for me. I'm just right here at takeoff, just finishing the day. I mean, made the run plenty of time like I knew we would. I just didn't feel like pushing it to the limit with a good stringer in the boat. I know it's been pretty tough, so I'm happy with it. I mean, I would love to catch a big one here just to finish it out, but I'm kind of at the time where it's just get it done, you know, let's get it wrapped up. We've only got a few minutes left anyways. So just taking care of my fish and making sure everybody's happy, and then go fight again tomorrow. Don't know what we're gonna do yet. Definitely gonna need to catch another good stringer to stay inside the top 10, I think. Kind of see how the weights shake out, how everything plays out based off of the day, and then make a decision tonight on what we're gonna do. It's been a solid morning. This afternoon's kind of been pretty crummy, but we'll take it. We will take it. I always say cold bass or happy bass.
Fairly urban setting for some bass fishing right there for you. You could fish and be a crossing guard at the same time.
More cars going
Pasquotank.
by than bass.
Yeah.
Just hoping for a little magic to happen in the last hour. I left again too early, but you just never know on this place, like how bad the wind's going to be. And yeah, tomorrow we gamble, but today I want to make sure we got back. I caught a couple great big ones in here the last day of practice, but it's just like they're so few and far between. Let's move.
Stetson Blaylock currently standing 12th place. Real-time tracking here. Bass track in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. That's in a pretty good position here, heading into the last third of the season. And mostly getting a lot of good points work done here.
Yeah, that's in the range where you can actually breathe a little bit in the last tournament or so, because you pretty much are locked in, especially if you can hold on to through Champlain. 12th place, you don't have to sweat and lose sleep over a chance to win AOY, but you don't have to lose sleep over dropping out of the Classic. So it's rare that you're not always fighting for something in the last event or two, but being about 10th to 12th place and with an event or two left is one of those rare places in the points where you can relax a little and just enjoy a better than average year.
Yeah.
And I think that the payout, Sutra probably knows those numbers. He pocket watches a lot of people, so he knows the money involved for the AOI payout. So that's the one thing that, man, if you're like pretty good season, too far from winning, getting from 12th to 8th could mean, you know, a couple grand.
Yeah, but still, it's not the pressure of being top 4 at AOI or bottom 4 or 4 out of the Classic or 2 or 3 in the Classic.
Yeah, it's like
it's always a just pressure.
Full-on bonus there.
Yeah.
Well, there's the other side of the coin too. What kind of pressure do you feel now if you're in 70th, 80th place in points, and you like face the possibility of not making it today, and you've got only 4 days guaranteed of fishing the rest of the season.
Your Elite Series career on the line.
Oh man, now that's the definition of pressure right there. So we think about those folks as well. A lot of stuff going to be settled at this weigh-in here. There'll be a lot of people elated and a lot of people not so happy about it. Stetson Blaylock still on top. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 7th event of the season, a 9-event season. The Maxam Elite from Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound. A live coverage sponsored by Garmin. Certainly been plenty of incredible scenes to witness today. Beautiful landscape, a place that's pretty much unlike any place else in America. It's this huge, huge sound here off the Atlantic coast of Carolina, or just in from the Atlantic coast of Carolina. And all the connecting waterways, so beautiful, all the cypress trees, quiet little ponds. But it can be a tough nut to crack. It can give and take away one day to the next.
So big, so many variables. The wind is picking up, and we've heard Chris Zaldane say the current is picking up by the minute also. He's still got an hour and a half of fishing time left.
Yeah.
Such a short run.
I'm with you. I got to think he's going to get a good sized one at some point.
Have a shot anyway.
They got to eat sometime.
I was just looking at Chris Zaldane's rods and thinking he's only got had four rods on the deck all day, and when he opened that rod box, I thought he's going to get something different out. He's putting
more away.
some away. and at the same time, I was looking at Jason Christie's front deck. He's got 4 on the deck and 1 in his hand, and I think 3 of his 5 had Koiki type baits on it. Who would have thought that a month ago?
There was a video from cameraman with Justin Hamner today. He was running down the lake and he took a video just like they do. And it's all the tentacles of the koikis on the front deck blowing in the wind. And the only baits that weren't koiki on that side of the rod locker were glide baits. So glide baits and koikis at the Pasquotank River.
Well,
and 65-mile runs. You're like, what are we doing? This is.
You wouldn't have made that call a year ago.
Okay.
Be good to do.
Things are happening, man. Things are coming alive. They're starting to bust everywhere.
Because you hear fans complain about going to the same areas.
We still have hour and 15
but there's only so many
fishing time.
areas that are conducive that have the facilities and all for a tournament. So that's part of the reason. But I mean, I get it. People want variety and diversity.
Yeah.
How often do you go back to the same quote-unquote location and it is one on the same bait in the same area?
It's starting here for
Very
sure.
rare,
But
not often.
it was definitely
10% of the
stronger
time or less.
downriver. So I got to save some time for that first bridge and maybe hit a dock or two, especially where I lost that one maybe. That'd be awesome if one ate it when I was just twitching it like that. Upsize. I went to a 7-inch swim bait just to show them something different. Still blowing up. Look at that, dude.
It's also interesting this morning how many of the anglers were fishing these bridges.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have left them. Chris left for maybe an hour fish boat docks. But if they're still blowing up around them, it's surprising that, you know, bridges that had 3 or 4 boats each on them this morning have Chris and maybe another boat here and there.
All right, Davey, the area may experience some pop-up showers tonight, right after dark.
Come on, baby.
I don't know if it's going to accumulate to much if it hits the spot, but what might that could do if it were to hit?
We talked a little bit this morning about how, you know, this time of the year, local pop-up showers, and some of them can be heavy. And, you know, if it rains up one of these rivers an inch or more, we have that often in the Carolinas this time of year. Heck, they call them for that here this week in Arkansas.
Right. Come gushing in.
Could certainly affect the flow of the current, and that's been a big deal for our leaders is current. They've all talked about current. So yeah, if you have one of those local storms that dumps an inch or more, it could certainly affect the fishing for some of these anglers tomorrow if they go to one of those places. A lot of ifs and buts in fishing.
That's right. And every day seems to be different. Today was very different from day number 1. A lot of reasons. We're going to be a lot more educated on that after we take a look at the weigh-in, which is coming up just minutes away here.
Yeah. One thing I can guarantee you, we have a very different tournament as far as who's leading and the amount of the lead than last year when we were here.
Nothing like last year. Nothing at all.
Gosh, Kyle Welcher, is he still flirting with making the cut or not even making the top 50? Who would have thought that?
The bubble.
I don't think he had to fish the last day. He may not have had to fish the last 2 days.
I know he didn't the last day to win.
Certainly not.
If he doesn't make the Saturday cut, that'll be.
I think he wins.
59.
I think he wins by 19 pounds without fishing the final day. Like he only 3 days versus 4. He wins by almost 20 pounds last year.
That's crazy.
Coverage continues tomorrow. We'll be here at 8 a.m. on FS1. Remember, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for FS1. The weigh-in is coming up next on Bassmaster.com.
That might be a 10-pounder, dude. Yeah! Let's go! Look at that beast. 9-pounder! Let's go, boys! Oh, we got it! Yeah! Look at that freaking